of 2021 showing that James Crumbley was doing DoorDash deliveries. Do you recall reviewing those?
Yes, I do.
Do you need to see them?
Just in case, yes, please.
Okay. (104) through 107.
Thank you. Okay.
Now those deliveries are over a period of time.
Correct.
And we know that James Crumbley worked for DoorDash. We talked about that yesterday.
Correct.
It hasn't been disputed to your knowledge.
No.
DoorDash was his job at the time.
That's correct.
There's nothing wrong with working at DoorDash, correct?
No.
There's nothing wrong with leaving your 15-year-old son at home while you're working for DoorDash.
Correct.
In and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that.
Correct.
And when you were looking at exhibits yesterday, and just if you recall, you don't recall there being any posts about or exhibits about concerning behavior or concerning text messages or videos or anything like that during the hours from exhibits 104 to 107?
During this time, no.
Okay. Talked about the horse barn yesterday, if you recall.
Yes.
You talked about the messages between James Crumbley and his wife about the horse barn.
Correct.
In fact, you recalled that James Crumbley and his wife mentioned or talked about the horse barn 86 times in their messages that you reviewed.
Going to a yes, correct.
And you said specifically from January of 2021 through November of 2021, they had talked about going to the horse barn 86 times.
That's correct.
Now, if we do the math quickly, there's 333 days between January 1st of 2021 to November 30th of 2021, if you know. I don't know if you're, I'm not great at math.
I don't know that.
Okay. So let's just assume that's the number we come up with. 86 out of 333 is 25.8%. Again, I'm not going to hold you to the number.
Okay.
But assuming 86 is correct, assuming 333 is correct, that means that a quarter of the time they're discussing the horse barn.
And really didn't discuss much more other than going to work and stuff like that.
On November 28th of 2021, yesterday, you testified that Mr. Crumbly was away from the house for approximately 5 hours. There were screenshots or GPS locations. You remember talking about that yesterday?
What day was this?
November 28th of 2021.
Okay, yes.
There's nothing wrong with being away from home for 5 hours, correct?
Correct.
In and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that.
Correct.
Exhibit 115, and I am going to bring this up to you, is a Facebook thread between James Crumbley and his wife on November 29th of 2021 from 8:23 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m.
Okay.
They are discussing issues with their horse.
Correct.
We talked about it yesterday. We also learned in that time between 8:23 a.m. and 1 o'clock p.m. that Pamela Fine from Oxford High School called Jennifer Crumbly.
Correct.
She left her a voicemail. Pamela Fine left Jennifer Crumbly a voicemail.
That's correct.
There was another exhibit showing that Jennifer Crumbly accessed that voicemail at approximately 11:49 a.m.
Correct.
In Exhibit 115, there's no discussion between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbly about that voicemail.
There was not in this right here, no, but there was conversation where Jennifer asked James, did he tell you what happened at school today?
And I'm going to get to that in just a second. Okay. But in that thread, there isn't anything, especially around 11:49 or even before 1 o'clock p.m., where it's mentioned, I got a voicemail from the school, this is what it was about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
In fact, it wasn't until Exhibit 119 at approximately 3:19 p.m. that Jennifer Crumbly mentioned anything to James Crumbley about something going on with Ethan at school.
Correct.
And
can I ask you to approach for just a
yes,
second?
Your Honor.
Can you turn off the microphone? All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Lehman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you see at 3:19 p.m., Jennifer Crumbly asks James Crumbley if their son talked about what happened at school.
Correct.
Now, there's an assumption that Mrs. Crumbly is asking Mr. Crumbly about the incident that led to the voicemail. Is that fair? There's an assumption.
Nothing else to base that on happened that was the school called them about.
And that's my point, right?
Correct.
And there was no conversation between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbly about that voicemail beyond what we see in that message, in the messages in 1:19, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 131 is another Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbly.
Thank you.
From November 30th of 2021. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to 122. You can keep 131 with you.
Okay.
Exhibit 122 is surveillance video of Mr. Crumbly dropping his son off at school.
Correct.
And then I believe you also testified that there was additional exhibits showing that Mr. Crumbly went to the horse barn that day.
Correct.
That would be November 30th of 2021.
That's correct.
He was waiting for a vet.
Correct.
And that was consistent with the conversation from the day before about one of the horses having some medical issues.
Correct.
So exhibit 131, you see that Jennifer Crumbly sent James Crumbley a picture of the math assignment that was sent to her by the school.
Correct.
And we've talked about this math assignment, and I'm sure that we'll talk about it more, but there were two versions that were sent, correct?
Correct.
And in that thread, there were two versions that were sent, from what you can see.
Correct.
James obviously expressed some concern.
In one text, yes.
In fact, he said, "My God, WTF."
Correct.
And we don't have to say what that means, but WTF. Jennifer says that their son was upset, and she used the word, quote unquote, distraught about the night before.
Correct.
James says in response that he talked about it, assuming he means the night before, with their son. Correct?
We talked about it. I'm sorry. What?
In referring to it, we can presume that they're talking about the night before based on the response to Mrs. Crumbley's text. And if you don't want to presume that, you don't have to.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I can't, yeah.
So James Crumbley says, we talked about it this morning.
That's what I said, yes.
Yes. There was no conversation after that about Mr. Crumbly saying, based on that conversation with his son, that he has concerns.
Correct.
In fact, I believe the next message is, did you talk to him?
That's correct.
Thank you. We know that on November 30th of 2021, James and Jennifer Crumbly went to Oxford High School.
That's correct.
They met at the school around 10:30 a.m.
A little after that, but yes.
The prosecutor asked you if Mr. Crumbly went to the house before going to the school, and you said no.
Correct.
We know that Mr. Crumbly was at the horse barn. He left there and went directly to the school.
Correct.
And that was based on the exhibit that you looked at yesterday.
That's correct.
On his way there, he spoke to his wife.
Correct.
Mr. Crumbly and his wife met with Sean Hopkins at Oxford High School for approximately 13 minutes.
I think it was a little less than that, but yes.
Their son was in the meeting for about 12 of the 13 minutes.
Yeah, almost 12.
James left the school parking lot at 10:57 a.m.
Okay.
If you recall.
I don't recall the exact time he left, but sounds about right because they left the counselor's office before that.
You testified that at 11 a.m., Mr. Crumbly logged into his DoorDash app.
That's correct.
From the Meyer parking lot on Ray Road.
Yes.
That his first pickup and delivery was from 11 a.m. to 11:19 a.m., if you recall.
Sounds about right, yes, correct.
So he left the school and started working right away,
Correct.
within 3 minutes. Is that fair?
Yes, correct.
The prosecutor asked you if he stopped by his house during that first DoorDash, and you said no?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, on November 30th of 2021, from 11 a.m. to 11:19 a.m., Mr. Crumbly didn't have any reason to stop by his house.
Judge,
That you know of.
speculation, Judge.
If you know, do you know of any reason?
Was he told, I don't understand I apologize.
No. Are you aware of any reason that Mr. Crumbly may have known that he needed to go to his house from between 11 to 11:19 on November 30th of 21?
Judge, I think perhaps the better objection would be calls for a legal conclusion, because that's central to the theme of the prosecution, that he did have reason to stop. That's what the jury is being asked to decide.
Well, I guess I don't know how he would know that, right?
It's based upon his level of knowledge from the last months of the life, Judge. That's what the evidence has shown.
I can move on, Judge.
Okay. I just don't know how he would know that.
You identified Exhibit 147 as an email that was sent. Would you like to review it?
I believe, that's fine. Thank you.
As an email that was sent from Oxford High School to James Crumbley.
Correct.
That was sent at sometime around 1 p.m.
1:09 p.m., but yes.
That was after, actually, the shooting had ended.
Correct.
In fact, you testified yesterday that the shooting was from 12:51 p.m. to 1300.
Yes, correct.
To 1 o'clock.
Correct, yes.
That email doesn't show whether or not Mr. Crumbly received it. Is that fair?
That right there doesn't tell me anything, other than it was sent to him.
All that tells you is that there was an email sent from the high school to Mr. Crumbly.
Correct.
At that email address.
Correct.
And at that time.
Correct.
You know that from 12:33 p.m. to 1:01 p.m., Mr. Crumbly was on a different DoorDash delivery.
Correct.
You know that Exhibit 148 shows that Mr. Crumbly went to the Meyer on Ray Road.
At what time?
1:11 p.m.
Correct.
Did you want to look at the exhibit?
Nope.
Okay. So at 1:11 p.m., Mr. Crumbly was at the Meyer on Ray Road. You don't recall any exhibits yesterday showing that Mr. Crumbly was picking up a DoorDash order around 1:11 p.m., correct?
Correct.
You know that Mr. Crumbly called his son based on Exhibit 136, which is his phone log. Mr. Crumbly called his son at 1:13 p.m.
Correct.
Would you like to look at the phone log to get the time?
That's about the right time.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
And you know that Mr. Crumbly remained at the Meyer, which was the reunification point after the Oxford High School shooting. Mr. Crumbly remained there from 1:11 p.m. to 1:17 p.m.
Correct.
So Mr. Crumbly called his son from the parking lot of the Meyer, which was the reunification point, at 1:13 p.m.
Correct.
He also called his son at 1:17 p.m.,
Correct.
which is right around the same time that he left the Meyer parking lot.
That's correct.
You know that there was a phone call, which was approximately less than 1 minute. And again, if you want to look at it, I can bring it.
Just to make sure, yes, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
There was a phone call at approximately 1:17 p.m. 1:16 p.m. between Mr. Crumbly and his wife, which lasted less than 1 minute.
Correct.
Mr. Crumbly called his son at 1:17 p.m.
That's correct.
He left the Meyer at approximately 1:17 p.m.
That's correct.
Called his son again at 1:18 p.m.
That's correct.
and again at 1:18 p.m. There were two phone calls at 1:18 p.m. seconds apart.
Correct.
Neither of them were answered.
Correct.
You also know, based on your involvement in this case, that his son was already in custody at that point.
That's correct.
He'd been taken into custody at 1 o'clock.
Correct.
You know that, again, based on 136, Mr. Crumbly's wife called him after he'd left the Meyer parking lot.
At 1:19 p.m., is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Crumbly was home at approximately 1:20 p.m. based on the exhibits, if you recall.
Correct.
He was home while he was on the phone with his wife.
That's correct.
You know that during the time that he was at home, he called 911.
Correct.
He called 911 because he discovered that the Sig Sauer and the ammunition for the Sig Sauer were both missing.
Speculation as to why he called 911, Judge.
Oh, he said in the phone call why he called 911.
Well, I guess it's a different question. You don't know why he called 911, but you did hear him. You did hear the 911 call that.
Correct. Yes.
In that 911 call, Mr. Crumbly told the dispatcher that he saw and heard the sirens, if you remember the call.
Correct.
He said that he went to the mire after hearing and seeing the sirens,
Correct.
that his son was a student at Oxford High School,
That's correct.
that he heard that there was a shooting,
Correct.
that he discovered that his gun was missing,
That's correct.
that he didn't know if his son took the gun,
Correct.
and that he was freaking out.
That's correct.
After that phone call to 911, you know that James Crumbley received a phone call from law enforcement and he and his wife went to the substation in Oxford.
Correct.
They returned home around 2:30 p.m.
Correct.
There was some indication and some questioning yesterday from the prosecution about the white paper that had changed hands between James and Jennifer Crumbly at the school.
Correct.
Remember that? And the prosecution asked you if there was any indication that James Crumbley had made phone calls to doctors, hospitals, or physicians, correct?
I remember that, correct.
To your knowledge, and if you don't know, it's okay to tell me you don't know if there was anything requiring James to make those phone calls, correct?
I know nothing about the meeting.
And you know that the meeting was at approximately, ended around, I think we said 10:53 a.m.
Correct.
And the shooting occurred at began at 12:51 p.m.
That's
It was
correct.
approximately 2 hours later. You also know that in those 2 hours, I'll withdraw that question. You testified about messages between Jennifer Crumbly and a person named Brian Malash.
Correct.
You have no idea whether Mr. Crumbly knew about those messages?
They were together at the time. Other than that, I don't know.
Okay. You don't know if Mr. Crumbly knew what Jennifer Crumbly was saying to Brian Malash?
I do not know.
You know that at some point, Mr. Crumbly's son's name was made public.
Correct.
And it was fairly shortly after the shooting occurred, if you recall.
I don't recall when it was.
Were you aware that Mr. Crumbly and his wife began receiving threats to their safety as a result of what their son did at the high school?
I know in some chat threads there was talk of that, yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Crumbly and his wife had been made aware of some of those threats?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were concerns for Mr. Crumbly and his wife's safety as a result of some of those threats?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was aware. Who was aware?
That there were concerns for Mr. Crumbly and his wife's safety as a result of some of those threats?
I know they
I have to
received
object
threats.
as to the characterization of what a threat is and what a threat is not. It's, as we know, Judge, it's very subjective.
Okay, so can you be more specific?
I can move on, Your Honor.
Okay.
My question was mainly if he knew that this occurred. And he said that he did hear something about some threats. I can move on from it, Your Honor. As a result of your involvement in this case, you were aware that Mr. Crumbly's son was criminally charged on December 1st of 2021.
That's correct.
That on December 2nd of 2021, there was an announcement from the prosecutor's office that Mr. Crumbly and his wife may be charged, if you recall the date.
I don't recall that.
On December 3rd, 2021 in the afternoon, that Mr. Crumbly and his wife were criminally charged for their son's actions, if you recall the date.
I'm sorry. I don't recall the dates all that happened.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Thank you, Judge. Let's see if I can get this to work.
Could you turn that back? I'm not positive it's gonna work right, but.
Okay, looks like it's working.
Well,
Sir,
this
This one
is
is flashing.
like
Just keeps
a
flashing. the
strobe
screen.
light
Can
over
you see
there.
the other screens?
Yeah.
I can see that one fairly well. Yes.
Okay, if you can't see it, he can give you a copy of the exhibit. We're gonna have someone look at that.
I have it
right?
printed if you need one.
That's all right. I think
And that's like flashing.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. May I, Judge?
Go ahead.
Sir, you were asked about the shooter and his friend in that conversation that they had. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and then yesterday we had a discussion about that, specifically the amount of text in that conversation, the content of the conversation.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, from November the 30th of 2021 up until the time that the shooter was arrested I'm sorry, October the 30th of 21 to November the 30th of 21 when he was arrested, were there any responsive text from the friend to the shooter?
No, there was not.
Okay. In that conversation, we talked about in April how the shooter expressed to that friend that he had asked his father for help.
Right.
And you were asked about some context, and I think your answer was that there was more context to it, you just couldn't recall. So I'm going to show it to you. So we'll go through the entire exhibit. It's exhibit 67. This is the shooter. Like I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance. That's April 4th of 21.
Correct.
And then right after the shooter wrote, I actually asked my dad to take the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to, quote, suck it up.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then he wrote, like, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. And then my mom laughed when I told her.
That's correct.
Okay. The next text is April the 5th, just after midnight, but I'm having bad insomnia. RN. What does RN mean?
Right now.
If you know. Okay, right now. And paranoia. I need help. I was thinking I'd call 911 so I could go to the hospital.
That's correct.
And he wrote, but then my parents would be really pissed. That's April 5th, 21 at 12:12 in the morning.
That's correct.
I'm going to ask my parents to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again. That's April 5th, 21 at 12:38 a.m.
Correct.
And then, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. April 5th, 21 at 12:38 a.m. And then the last text is like I am mentally and physically dying. That's April the 5th, 21 at 12:39 in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's in the same conversation.
Correct, yes.
Okay, is that the context you're referring to?
Yes, I do remember that now, yes. That's what I was referring to.
And in this conversation, you're saying, this is in August, between the shooter and his friend, you were asked about these videos. I'm going to play this one. This is August 20th at 12:30 in the morning. Okay, is that the noise you're referring to? The noise that it makes when you...
Yeah, the metal slamming together and put the magazine in and slam it on the table. Now you were asked about the horse barn, and I'm just going to use council's math here. So if that math is correct, that means 25% of all, so a quarter of the year, they were discussing meeting at the barn? Correct.
Okay. Any indication in any of those conversations that they were taking their son with them?
No, it was not.
Now I want to ask you about exhibit 130. And you were asked some questions about November the 30th, 2021, when they were called to the school. So we talked yesterday about James when he started door dashing on November the 30th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So earlier in the morning, just so we have the timeline correct, we had 7:46 a.m. James Crumbley dropped his son off at Oxford High School.
That's correct.
He's back at home at 8:04 a.m.
Correct.
And then he's at the barn after that.
Correct.
Okay. And we went through that Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbly when she showed him this picture, exhibit 1. This is exhibit 128. And I'm going to go to the original one as well, which is 130. So we saw that Facebook conversation November the 30th
approximately 9:30 in the morning when Jennifer Crumbly sent this to James Crumbley.
Correct.
Okay. So based upon the location history and what you were able to determine, he was at the barn at that point?
That's correct.
Okay, so he had not checked in for the day and began working that day?
Correct.
Okay. So it was not until after he saw this, and that's when he signed on to DoorDash?
Correct, after the meeting.
Okay. So you were asked, did he have any reason to stop home? But I want to talk about after he saw this, if he ever stopped home at all. Okay?
Okay.
So November 30th, 2021 at 11 a.m., that's when he first signed on to accept his first order for DoorDash. Is that right?
That is about right, yes.
Okay. And we went through some of those maps. We went through a little bit quickly yesterday. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page. When he was accepting these orders and making deliveries, it wasn't outside of Oakland County, was it?
No, it was not.
In fact, where was it?
All local and within Oxford.
Within Oxford. Okay. And he actually drove by his house at least 4 times from the point that he saw this to the point the shooting started.
That's correct.
And never once did he stop home.
No, he did not.
Now, yesterday you mentioned how you responded to the scene and you went to the mire first.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the mire that James Crumbley was at when he received the alert of the active shooting at Oxford High School.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were helping parents find their kids when you were there?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about the school buses and what you saw. How many parents were there?
Dozens. Just standing around in the cold.
Were more coming when you went to
Yes.
school?
Yes, cars kept on coming.
And based upon what we know from the timeline you were able to put together with the data locations, we know that 1:10 p.m. James Crumbley got the email. We know with a certainty that he was at the Meijer parking lot at least by 1:11.
Correct.
He made phone calls in that period of time, and he didn't leave, and he left at 1:17 p.m. So he was in the parking lot where everybody else went to for at least 6 minutes, and then he went home.
Correct.
Okay. And he got home at 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
He was on the phone with his wife for a 10-minute phone call, we said.
Correct.
Okay. And it wasn't for another 14 minutes that he called 911.
Correct.
And it wasn't just parents at that Meijer parking lot. There were students there as well.
Hundreds of them, yes.
Okay. You know, there's 1,700 students in Oxford High School.
I did not know that, but it's a big school.
From what you saw there, the scene that you saw when you pulled up in that white minivan you told us about, and you saw the school buses with kids looking for parents.
Your
and
Honor,
parents
I'm
with
going to
kids.
object. The prosecution's testifying.
I'll get to the question, Judge.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
please.
Did it seem like it was that number of students in Oxford High School? Then paint us the picture of what you saw when you got there.
Again,
I
when
would also object to relevance about what he saw when he got to the Meijer, Your Honor.
It's important because counsel made a point in her cross-examination to suggest that there's no reason for James Crumbley to go home. And I think this witness has established yesterday and today that James Crumbley was actually at the location where everybody else was going to. So it's important for the jury to understand what he was observing when he sped from Pontiac to that location.
Your Honor, I don't understand what Mr. Wagorowski observed at the Meijer is relevant to whether or not James Crumbley felt that he needed to go home. I don't know how the two are connected, Your Honor.
I'm at a loss myself. Maybe I'm missing something.
Okay. Did all the other parents you saw, did they leave or did they stay?
they stayed.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Or you can step down in your.
Your Honor, very brief recross?
Okay.
Very brief, thank you.
All right.
I believe I only have 3 questions. 4, can I get my exhibit back? Thank you. In April of 21, you testified about Mr. Crumbley's son telling his friend, I'm gonna ask my parents to go to the doctor, right?
Correct.
You don't know what doctor that was?
He was talking about hearing voice in the distance, stuff like that, but
You don't know what doctor that was, is that accurate? In reviewing the exhibit that we have, we don't know what doctor he was asking to see.
From the word prior to that where he's hearing voices and he feels like he's dying inside, I do not know the doctor.
You don't know. You don't know if he ever did ask.
He mentioned it in a couple different conversations that he was going to try to ask.
Going to try. You don't know if he ever did.
I do not.
One moment, please. Thank you. No further questions here.
Judge, I just have to redirect because I have to correct something that was just said in that exhibit. Just one question on that, April.
Oh, okay. I mean, in theory, he could be recalled, so. I'm sure he'd be happy not to. So.
Okay, so we went, this exhibit 67, we went through this part like I hear people talking to me. The next slide. I actually asked my dad to take to the doctor yesterday.
Correct, yes.
Okay, is that your recollection
Yes.
as well? Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything further?
One question. Sure you know what it is. You don't know what doctor that was, right?
Other than the context of the information prior to that.
That's
Yeah, he
asked
said
and
no.
answered,
Yeah, I
Judge.
just asked and answered. He said he doesn't know. He said he doesn't know.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you step down and you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
All
ma'am.
right? I'm going to ask both the lawyers, if there's a witness who's excused and for some reason you think they might be recalled, I need to know if they were not permitted to sit in the courtroom, all right? If
Yes,
someone's excused, I presume that they're able to sit in the courtroom, so if there's a reason why not, just let me know, all right?
I
Okay.
suppose there is always a possibility with a computer crimes expert for rebuttal, so we'll have Mr. Ralphie.
Okay.
I think he has.
Okay. All right, everybody good?
May I proceed next?
Sure,
witness?
please.
Robert Callis.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Wait, could you pull the door toward you? Have a step up. Have a seat. Could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Robert F. Kotelis Jr., ROBERTKOTELES.
All right, go ahead, prosecutor.
I'm sorry, Judge, may I proceed? Sure. Thank you. Just take me 1 second. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could, please tell us where you work.
I work for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in the forensic laboratory there.
And how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I'm in my 17th year.
And prior to working with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, did you work in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do and where did you work?
I worked with the city of Pontiac at the police department, and that's where I was a crime scene investigator there for almost 9 years.
Okay. So all told, law enforcement, you've been involved over 25 years.
It'll be 25 years on March 17th of this year.
Okay. And what is your specific role right now with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a latent print supervisor along with the crime scene supervisor for crime scenes out in the field.
And tell us specifically about crime scene supervision. What does that mean?
Well, I run a unit of, I have 6 employees, including myself, that respond to crime scenes when called upon to do an investigation out in the field for identification of evidence, documentation, preservation, and collection of evidence to be used to help figure out what happened at crime scenes.
Okay. So you said when called upon, is it every crime scene that you and your team are called out, or does it just depend on the circumstance?
Typically, for the crime scene unit to be called out, it has to be of a major crime or of a heinous nature. Typically, murders and maybe sexual assaults that are covered that would need to be processed at a higher level than other evidence technicians that I have on the road.
Okay. So how often would you or your team be called out, let's say, on a weekly basis?
Right now, our average is probably twice a month. So, thankfully, we don't have a murder happen every day in the county of Oakland. So, major crimes that we are doing are probably a couple a month. Sometimes it may be more, sometimes it may be less. But right now, statistically, we're about 2 times a month.
Okay. Now, prior to joining the Sheriff's Office, did you have the opportunity to attend an Institute of Higher Learning?
Yes, I have a forensic science degree from Michigan State University, and I've taken continuing education classes ever since then upon my employment in 1999.
So when you say continuing education, is this a field that's evolving?
Every day.
Okay, and then do you have training to evolve along with it?
Yes, there is a yearly conference that I'm a member of, the IEI, which is a conference and a huge body of people that we get together and talk about technology and how everything advances in not only latent prints but crime scene investigations, to make sure that we kind of stay up with the new technology and that we're utilizing that technology to assist in crime scene processing.
Now, how often would you say in your career you've processed a crime scene?
Oh man, I'd have to say in the thousands.
Now, when I say process a crime scene, I guess that suggests an answer there. Is there a specific process that you go through when you're reviewing a crime scene?
I mean, there's definitely a standard as far as the basics, I would say. Upon arrival to a crime scene, you're going to do an assessment, maybe what we call a walkthrough. You're going to assess what you actually have at that crime scene, trying to identify anything that may be important to that case. And there's certain documentation that can be done via notes, photographs, possibly a sketch or measurements, or as we've progressed with technology, we have a 3D scanner that we can use that to assist us in documenting our crime scenes, along with collection of evidence at a crime scene. Now, there's additional things that can be done, but it doesn't happen on every case. But those are the basics that would most likely be performed on every crime scene that we would go on.
Okay. Now, prior to undergoing that, is there a conversation that you or a member of your team would have with a detective in charge?
Absolutely, with the OIC, so that way we would know what we're kind of looking for. If we know the cause of this crime scene, if it's a homicide, if it's a stabbing, we're looking for a knife, if it's a shooting, we're looking for firearms evidence, so that we can kind of get an idea. Now, if you find something that may be different, then we would, get with that OIC or that detective and let them know of our findings that we on our initial walkthrough.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention now to November the 30th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you working?
It was during day shifts, and so I was working in the actual laboratory that day.
Okay. And at that point, were you crime scene supervisor?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you the individual on call if anything should happen that day?
Yes, I was.
All right. So, were you called in to process the crime scene at Oxford High School November 30th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
Did you actually go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived there?
It was 2:40 in the afternoon. I received the call at 1:15, and by the time I assembled my team and grabbed our resources, it was 2:40 before I got up to the actual high school.
Okay, so that was after the scene was cleared, is that right?
At the beginning stages of being cleared.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk to you about your specific process and your role when you arrived at Oxford High School November the 30th of 21.
Okay.
All right, so you arrived there about 2:40, you said with your team?
Correct.
Okay, and tell us please, what's the first thing you did when you arrived?
Waited for guidance on what was going to be done first. So the first information was that I needed to collect a firearm that was the result of what had taken place at the high school.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and tell us how that occurred, please.
The firearm was located within a garbage can, a small waste paper basket garbage can that was placed there by a deputy that had collected the item from the individual. So I viewed it, photographed it, and then collected it at that time.
Okay. And that firearm, after it was collected, was taken to the forensic laboratory at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. May I approach, Judge? Sure. This has been admitted to People's 28. This is forensic laboratory report request number 6. So just to confirm, that was authored by Mr. Robert Charlton from the Sheriff's Office.
I'm gonna object. These are leading questions. If you can review the exhibit and testify about the exhibit, Your Honor.
It's already been admitted. So that's,
Well, yeah, the exhibit's admitted, but she wasn't objecting to the exhibit. She was objecting to the leading question.
that's fine. Was that weapon confirmed to be the murder weapon?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that reflected in that report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Now, after you collected the weapon, that's reflected in that forensic laboratory report right there. What did you do next?
Waited for the scene to be cleared. There was intel still being obtained by the investigators on scene and other sites. So it was several hours before me and my team actually got into the high school to see what I actually had and what we actually had as far as for crime scene processing.
Okay. Now, in this particular scene, at this time, November the 30th, were you made aware of the path that the shooter took throughout the high school?
I was given a general direction, and then the scene was contained to one wing of the high school.
Okay. Do you recall the number or the name of that wing?
It was the 200 wing of the high school.
And when you process a scene, do you also author a report?
Yes, I do.
Let me approach them with this.
Sure.
This is Exhibit 14. Sir, take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is it that I just handed you?
This is my 5-page crime scene report that I prepared at a later date after the crime scene processing of my findings that I had documented at the crime scene on November 30th.
Okay, so that's already been admitted into evidence. That's Exhibit 14. But so the jury's aware, does that fairly accurately depict what you observed and what you processed and collected that day?
Yes, it does.
Now, did you obtain a map to help you with the processing of the scene?
Yes, I did. I call maybe a blueprint or a schematic of the overall diagram of the entire school.
Okay, and after you obtain that, do you make notations on that?
Yes, there was a couple of us that worked on the actual schematic of the location of the evidence and the victims within the high school.
I'm going to show you. Post that screen up.
Sure.
You may have to look
this
at.
one? Yeah, we'll probably have to get that fixed. So if you push that on, it kind of strobe lights. See
Yeah,
that?
go ahead, turn it off.
I can see this.
You can see them? Okay, great.
If that's okay.
So I'm showing you what's been admitted as People's 15. Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And how so?
This is the schematic drawing that was prepared by the school or some other agency as far as for the school layout. And once again, this is the schematic that was used to place the piece of evidence on where they were located within the school, outside of classrooms, and where the victims were located within the school.
Okay. These notations were made by lab personnel?
Yes, it was. There's some by myself, and there's also by Rob Charlton, who works in the firearms unit. That's also a crime scene investigator with me.
So what do these notations signify?
There's numbers that are circled that would also coincide with the placards that were placed next to the piece of evidence within the crime scene for documentation purposes.
Okay, when you say placard, we're going to go through some pictures soon, but if you see a yellow placard with a number, that's what you're referring to?
That is correct.
And why is that done?
It's used mainly for photographic reasons, but also helps us to keep straight each piece of evidence that was collected, given a location of where it was within that crime scene.
Okay, and photographs were taken in this situation?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Now I'm going to go through, okay, this is 15, and you said it was the 200 hallway? That was the wing the shooting was contained to?
That is correct.
Okay, so we see numbers, not the notations from the crime lab, but numbers of classrooms here. So 258, that's the number of a classroom?
That is correct.
Okay, and then to the far right, it goes to approximately 214, 213, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So we'll go one portion at a time here. Okay, so this is a zoomed in version of Exhibit 15. What does this depict?
This is an area outside of 258 and 256 where two of the victims were found. It contained a large amount of evidence. And then you can start to see where it turns to the north, which would be to the right of this photograph. That would work your way up to the north, which is the remainder of the 200 wing that contained more evidence outside the rooms from 249 all the way down to 213.
Okay. So in the course of your investigation, did you come to learn what bathroom the shooter walked out of directly before the shooting?
Yes, I was given the information that it was found just west of room 258.
So that would be this bathroom here that's highlighted?
That is correct.
Okay. So specifically now from what you recovered from the bathroom in this shorter wing of the 200 hallway, I'm gonna take you through the path the shooter took with these pictures. Judge, two of these pictures have images that I'd ask the court to instruct the media not to film.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to that. I am going to just indicate for the record, I believe that it's Exhibit 17 and Exhibit 26 that I will be objecting to, renewing objections that I made previously on the record to those two photographs.
Okay,
Is that correct, Mr. Hughes?
Both of those things are correct, and I did want the court to know that we did speak with the victims prior to the trials, and they understand.
okay, so you're right now presenting exhibit number 17?
First, it'll be Exhibit 16, but then it's Exhibit 17.
Okay, so they're, both of those images cannot be shown
Correct.
to the press? And are the victims who are here familiar with what those photos contain?
Yes, Judge.
So they're welcome to exit if they feel the need, right?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so you guys get it, right?
Which two?
The next two, 16 and
Next two
17.
After this?
Yeah.
I'll make sure before I display it on the screen to let the court know.
Okay,
Okay, so we'll start with the bathroom next to 258. That's Exhibit 16 here. And what does this photograph depict?
This is in the stall within the bathroom, which would be found just west of room 258, that contained a red backpack and miscellaneous items such as electronic equipment, books, journals. There's a Gatorade bottle, amongst other miscellaneous items.
Okay, so all of that was collected as evidence?
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, the next photograph is Exhibit 17. I asked the media not to film this.
yes, could you refrain from,
I'm just gonna shoot it.
okay, thank you.
Okay,
He's filming, you're filming the witness,
Yeah.
correct?
thank you. This is Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph taken outside of that bathroom that I just spoke of. This photograph is taken from the west to the east, showing the hallway that would be found just south of rooms 258 and 256. And you can start to see the yellow placards that I spoke of to depict the evidence that was found in that hallway area, along with one of the victims that's found in the middle of this photograph, but on the right-hand side of the hallway when you're looking east.
So that's Hannah St. Juliana, and then the other victim is Madison Baldwin, is that correct?
That is correct. It's hard to see on this photograph because it's far away, but it would be on the left-hand side of the hallway, further east as you move down the hallway.
Okay. Sir, tell us what you recovered from this portion of the 200 hallway.
There were several fire cartridge cases. There were 14 found, 14 fire cartridge cases found in this portion of the hallway, along with several fired bullets and bullet fragments along this hallway area that were found in several areas of the hallway.
What's a cartridge case?
A cartridge case is the portion of a bullet that actually holds the bullet itself. And in a semi-automatic weapon, it will eject from the side of the weapon. So the bullet will go through the barrel portion or the end of the firearm. And the fire cartridge case will then eject more than likely out the right-hand side, depending on which firearm we're talking about. About 99% of semi-automatic weapons will eject to the right. So the bullet will go out the barrel, and the fire cartridge case that held that bullet portion will eject to the right-hand side of that weapon.
Okay. So in order for it to be a fired cartridge case, that would have to mean that the gun was actually fired.
That is correct.
Okay. So with 14 fired cartridge cases, that would indicate that the gun was shot 14 times in this portion of the hallway?
That is correct.
Now, continuing down the shooter's path, when I ask you what happened, or what you located past rooms 256 as the hallway curves to 249. So this is room 258 on the left, next to that is room 256. As it curves, it's 249. Is that your recollection?
That is correct.
Okay. This is People's Exhibit 18, so this is further down the same portion of the 200 hallway?
That is correct. It's just past the second victim on the left-hand side.
All right, tell us what was located here.
There was more fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, along with a empty gun magazine that was located just around the corner from this evidence here.
Okay. Now, as that corner turns down the 200 hallway, this is People's Exhibit 19, I should say for the record, all these have been admitted. Council did state her objections on the record, but this court ruled upon.
Yes.
Thank you,
correct,
Judge.
Correct.
This is Exhibit 19. What are we looking at here?
This is now a photograph taken from the south to the north as we're moving, I would say, down in the numbers, but it's up as far as like if you're thinking about going north, down the 200 wings. So you're moving away from that bathroom where everything may have started. And this is once again indicating the evidence that was located from room 249 to 213, which ended up containing 18 more fired cartridge cases in this area.
Okay, so we had 14 in the shorter portion of the 200 hallway and 18 from room 249 to 213 down this long hallway?
That is correct.
Okay, and again, that means the firearm was fired 18 more times there, at least what you recovered?
That is correct.
This is Exhibit 20, specifically placard 35. What's that?
So placard 35 or number 35 is the firearms magazine that I spoke of that was found in the hallway there.
Now, up and down this portion of the hallway specifically, did you find evidence that the shooter fired directly into classrooms as well?
Yes, there were several classrooms that were found to be fired into.
Okay, this is Exhibit 21, depicting classroom 247. First of all, what's that rod that we're looking at?
So it's what we'll consider what we call a trajectory rod to show the path of the bullet that was fired at that location. So it's just shown for kind of demonstrative purposes that you can see where that bullet actually traveled into that room.
Okay, so this indicates to us that the gun was shot directly into room 247.
That is correct, right through the door trim there.
This is Exhibit 22. This is depicting classroom 244. What do we see here?
Once again, a trajectory rod was inserted into the window portion. It got shattered, but it still stayed intact. But you can see the trajectory rod showing where the bullet passed through the window that was fired in room 244.
This is Exhibit 12. It's room 224. What do we see here?
You can see the room, the door to the room. There were 3 trajectory rods that were placed in it to show that there was 3 shots that were fired into room 224.
It's Exhibit 10. This is also room 224, but with the door open.
That is correct, and you can see on the inside of the door, it's just the continuation of that trajectory rod to show, that those shots were fired into that room.
Okay, and we have Miss Darnell, Molly Darnell testified yesterday. This was her classroom. This is what you refer to in the window here.
That is correct.
Okay, and then the file cabinet.
Yes, there was, I would say in the window is what we call a perforation. So one of the bullets passed through the door and then went through the window that was never found because it went out into the exterior of the school. There was what we call a ricochet that was found in the file cabinet, which is right there in the middle that the prosecutor is highlighting. There was also what we call another ricochet that hit the chair, the backing of the chair. And then eventually a fired bullet was found embedded in a book that was found on the bookshelf behind the teacher's desk.
Okay, thank you. And that's room 224. Here's Exhibit 23. This is classroom 223. We have a side-by-side view of this. What do we see here?
Once again, this is showing how a bullet would have struck the door. This actual impression shows that the bullet hit something additional prior to hitting this door, so it's what we call a tumbling bullet. So instead of being like a round impression or a pattern where a bullet would be circular, the bullet has now changed its path and it's tumbling, so now it hit it kind of going sideways. And that's depicted on the right-hand side there, that you can see the sticker that was placed below it.
Here's Exhibit 24. This is classroom 220. What do we see here?
Once again, you can see there's a trajectory rod in the outside of the door showing the path of travel that the bullet was fired into room 220.
And finally, Exhibit 25. This is classroom 215. What do we see here?
Once again, these are trajectory rods. They're just a different color because we ran out of pink. But we're on to orange trajectory rods that are fired into the window outside of room 215, showing that the bullets were fired from the outside to the inside of that room.
Okay, thank you, sir. Did you come to learn that once the shooter reached rooms 213, 214, that he backtracked down the 200 hallway?
I was told that information.
Okay. Sir, did you process the men's bathroom in the 200 hallway that was across from classroom 233?
Yes, I believe it was either 233 or 231. It was in that same general area.
The camera person is asking when they can resume.
After the next picture, Judge. Okay, this is exhibit 26. So what do we see here?
This is a photograph taken outside of that bathroom that we're talking of, outside or across from 231. You can start to see inside the bathroom there's a black backpack, along with there's I believe it's a live round or a cartridge as we call it, just found outside of the bathroom. And then you can start to see that there's a large pool of blood inside of that bathroom area. And this is just the entrance to the bathroom itself from the exterior of the hallway.
And did you come to learn this is where Justin Schilling was killed?
Yes, I was.
Did you also recover a fired shell or fired cartridge in this area as well?
Yes, a fire cartridge case was located in this bathroom.
Is that included in the count of 18 you described earlier?
Yes, it is.
Sir, you mentioned earlier the firearm was recovered. This is exhibit 27. Is this a photograph right outside of that bathroom that we just saw?
Yes, it was not taken by me because the firearm had been collected by the on-scene deputies when the suspect was apprehended.
Okay. But that is the firearm that you collected?
That is correct.
And that's a 6 Sauer 9mm handgun?
Correct.
Now, based upon your crime scene investigation, how many times did the shooter fire that weapon inside Oxford High School on November the 30th?
32 times.
And how many unfired rounds, how many bullets were recovered, either from that magazine or elsewhere?
18.
So a total of 50 rounds of 9mm ammunition was taken to Oxford High School?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Should I give them a break right now? Does that make sense to you? No. You guys need a break?
Yes.
What's that?
Either or. I mean, we'll need a longer break to fix the monitor as well, Judge. I don't know how long Cross will take this witness.
No
Might make
crouch around.
sense.
No problem.
No crouch around.
Oh, okay. Did we ask someone about the monitor? Okay. I'm going to give you about a 10-minute break. I always say that, and then, I go back there and fires erupt. So we're going to need a moment to fix this monitor so that the witness can see it. It's kind of flashing. It's distracting. So, but someone will be right here. So we're going to give you about a 10-minute break, all right? All right, you can step down and you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
Right, you can take them down. You can.
Check. We're moving faster than I had anticipated, Judge. We'll have to see if she's here, but it would be Miss Tammy back.
Okay. All right. Be back. This monitor's
Great,
confessed.
thank you, Judge.
They replaced it. They just got a whole new one. So it should be, they
What's the
replaced
whole new one?
It is, Your Honor. They replaced the whole monitor.
Your Honor, calling People vs. James Crumbley, case number 22279989, update.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of people.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maria Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let me bring it up.
Thank you. Oh, good.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Prosecutor, who's the next witness?
This is Cammy Bath.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be seated. And then would you state your name for the record and could you spell your first and last name?
Cammy Back, CAMMY BACK.
Go ahead, prosecute.
Thank you. Good morning. Do you work at a retail store that sells firearms?
I do,
Okay, and where is that located?
in Oxford, Michigan.
And is that store federally licensed?
Yes, it is.
So it'd be referred to as an FFL or federally firearms licensed dealer?
Yes,
And how long have you worked there?
approximately 4 years.
What is your duties there? What are your duties there?
At this time, I am the office manager.
Okay. So with the office manager, are you familiar with the process to sell from an FFL a firearm to a customer?
Yes.
Okay. Could you walk us through the process, please?
So when a customer comes in to purchase a firearm, they have to provide us with a driver's license
Why do you ask for a driver's license?
for picture ID
Okay.
to go on record.
Did you check age as well?
Yes,
Okay. And what age are you looking for?
21 and over.
Okay.
Once I take that, I give the customer the 4473, which is the application.
Thank you. Okay.
For the firearm. Once that is filled out with their answers, I do the NICS check, which is the background. And once I do that, it'll come back whether it's proceed, delayed, or denied.
Okay. So if I understand this correctly, if someone were to walk into the store and say, I want to purchase this firearm, you would ask for picture ID, and then that person would fill out the application for the firearm?
Yes,
And that's what you refer to as the 4473?
yes,
Okay. And is that also referred to as a firearms transaction record?
yes.
Okay. And then that person goes through, you take that information, and then what do you do with it?
I put all their information into the computer, into the NICS system.
Okay, and that's for background purposes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then it tells you either yes or no to proceed?
Yes,
Okay. And then the 4473, that's provided through the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
yes,
Okay. There's also a trigger lock statement that's provided as well,
yes,
and that's through Michigan State Police.
yes.
And tell me what that is, please.
So once it's just a form showing the customer that there is a trigger lock provided with the firearm that they are going to purchase. So they have to date and sign it, as
Okay.
long as we have to do it as well.
Okay. And if that form has been dated and signed, and there's an indication that some kind of lock is provided, that means a lock was in fact provided for the purchase?
Yes,
Does your store also provide purchasers of handguns with a copy of the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Notice Act?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
The Youth Act just gives the information of the do's and the don'ts with firearm around, minors.
Okay, and there's information posted around your store too, is that right?
I'm sorry?
There's information about that posted around your store as well?
Yes, it is.
And now, is this process that you described, is this the same process for every handgun sale in your store?
Yes.
Now, have you sold a firearm to James Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay, is he in court today?
Yes, he is.
Can you point him, please describe something he's wearing?
To my right, blue shirt.
Will the record reflect identification of the defendant, Judge?
The record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant, James Crumbley.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Back, when a firearm is sold from your store, are receipts kept?
Yes.
Okay. And from your position as office manager, are you able to tell us if James Crumbley purchased firearms on, or strike that? As an office manager, are you able to tell us every time that James Crumbley purchased a firearm from your store?
Yes.
I'd like to first direct your attention to June of 2021. Miss, you've seen receipts, pistol sales records, trigger lock statements, firearms transaction records of firearm sales from your store to James Crumbley, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to, these have been admitted. It's exhibits 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 for the record.
Okay.
And Ms. Beck, we'll go through those one by one.
Sure.
Okay. We're going to start. Can you see this? People's Exhibit 29?
Yes.
Okay. So what are we looking at right here?
That is a sales receipt.
Okay, and this is a receipt from the store that you work at as an office manager?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it indicate as far as what was sold?
A Cobra Elite Classic.
And what's the price for that?
$169.95.
Okay, so $169.95.
Yes.
And it indicates 22 LR. What's that?
The ammo.
Okay, so it's a 22 caliber
Yeah.
gun,
Yes.
and this is a 2-shot pistol. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so this, what's the date of this receipt?
June 15th, 21.
And we have at the top here, underneath the date, name James Robert Crumbly.
Yes.
Okay, so that indicates that James Robert Crumbly was in your store and paid $180.15. That's the price with tax for that handgun?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 30. What do we see here?
This is a pistol sales record.
Okay. And tell us, please, again, what is a pistol sales record?
This is a record that you are given when you buy a pistol. He takes his copy that has to be dropped within 10 days of the purchase, and we keep a copy.
What do you mean dropped?
At their local sheriff's department, police department, whatever county
Okay.
they live in.
Okay, so this has James Robert Crumbly's name on it. It has the serial number of the firearm, and it said Cobra Classic 22 caliber. It has the shot, it says 2, so that indicates 2-shot.
Yes.
Okay. And it has the barrel length on there as well.
Yes.
But it says purchase transfer date June 16th, 21. What is that?
So when Mr. Crumbly came in to purchase this firearm, he possibly got it delayed, it seems, and he had to pick up the firearm prior to him getting a proceed, which I'm assuming was the next day.
Okay. When you say delay, what does that mean?
That his background check is still under review.
Okay. And that can happen from time to time?
Yes.
So he paid for the gun on the 15th, but picked up the gun on the 16th?
Yes.
This is People's Exhibit 33. This is what? This is sales receipt?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the date of this?
June 16th, 21.
Okay, and again, the name James Robert Crumbly?
Yes.
Okay, but what's this receipt for?
It's the purchase of another firearm.
Okay. And that says Caltech P1722LR,
Yes,
and the amount for that is $299.95.
yes.
Okay, and then what else did he buy with that?
He bought 2 boxes of ammo,
Okay, and what was the price for each box of ammo?
$14.95.
Okay, and so he spent a grand total of $349.64 on June 16th?
Yes,
All right, so if he picked up the Classic on June 16th, and while he was in the store, or at some point that day, he also paid for this Caltech?
yes.
This is Exhibit 34, another pistol sales record. What is this of?
This is the pistol sales record for the Caltech P17. Again, the purchase date here is 6/17/21.
Okay, so what would that indicate to you then if he paid for it on the 16th, but he received possession of it on the 17th?
That he is either delayed or his research was taking too long, so he chose to leave our store and come back at a later date or time that day
Mm-hmm.
to pick his gun up.
Okay, so then you actually picked it up on the 17th then?
Yes,
Okay. Now I'm gonna direct attention now to November the 26th of 2021. On that day, do you recall selling a firearm to the defendant, Mr. Crumbly?
yes,
Okay. This is Exhibit 37 here. What is this?
that is the 6-hour SP 2022
Okay. And
sales receipt.
this is dated November 26, 2021?
Yes,
And how much did the 6-hour cost?
$489.95.
Okay, so with tax, he paid a total of $519.35?
Yes,
And what is the date of when he walked out of the store with that gun?
11/26/21.
Okay, so on that date, he paid for it and walked out of the same day.
Yes,
Now, on these pistol sales records, we also have a box here that indicates serial number.
yes,
Okay. To your knowledge, does every firearm have a unique serial number?
yes, they do.
Was the defendant with anyone when he made this purchase of the 6-hour 9mm?
Yes.
And tell me about that, please.
Mr. Crumbly had another gentleman with him, a younger guy. And when I came out of the office, him and the gentleman, he was standing at the counter, the showcase.
When we say gentleman, did you come to learn who that person was?
Yes, his son.
Okay.
He was standing at the showcase and his son was standing behind him.
Okay.
I approached a customer prior to Mr. Crumbly, and he directed me to go ahead and take care of Mr. Crumbly first, so I did. Mr. Crumbly asked to see the 6-hour, said he had had his eye on that for quite some time, and just because he is a familiar face to our store, I looked at him and said, you know the drill, I need your license. Took that, made copies while he was filling out his application.
Okay.
And once that was done, I ran him and through the NICS system for his background check. And once I finished that up, I told Mr. Crumbly, he was in research, that Chris, which is another employer, would be taking his cell over. Mr. Crumbly stated, I know it usually takes a while for my research. And him and his son walked away, went over to the holster wall. I don't recall any interaction with them once they walked away from the counter.
Okay. So before you helped them, before the defendant pointed to the 9mm SIG, did he shop around at all, or did he just point to that gun?
As I came out of the office, they were right at the showcase with that gun.
Okay.
That was the only one he picked out.
Now, for this gun, the 6-hour, did he pay with cash or credit card?
I did not finish the transaction, but through what I saw, observed from the office side of it.
Sure. As your role as an office manager, were you able to tell us?
Yes, it was
Okay.
cash,
Okay. And how were you able to make that determination?
through receipts.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 39 this is a portion of a firearms transaction record. Zoomed in so you can see it. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is the, just let me show this to you, this is the 3-page document. What have I just handed you?
The application,
Okay, that's the 4473.
yes,
So we seem to be referring to the same thing as either a 4473, a firearms transaction record, or an application, is that right?
yes,
Okay. So what we're looking at on the screen here, is that a zoomed in portion of that application?
yes,
Thank you. Now, part of this application indicates a number of questions that the applicant has to answer yes or no. Would that be right?
correct,
Okay, so if you can see on the screen, under box 21, there's questions A, B, C, D, and E.
yes.
Tell us what these are.
So these, so A is asking, are you going to be the one to leave with the gun? Yes, and then the other ones, are you a felony, military, any drug, depressant, questions of that kind of sort.
Okay, so A says, are you the actual transferee / buyer of the firearm listed on this form and any continuation sheet, ATF form 5300.9A? And then it has a bolded warning. What does that say?
You are not the actual transferee buyer if you are acquiring the firearm on behalf of another person. If you are not the actual transferee buyer of the license, cannot transfer the firearm to you.
And he checked yes, that it was for him.
Yes,
B is, are you under indictment for any felony? Check no to that.
right,
C, have you been convicted in any court, including military court, of a felony? Check no for that. D, are you fugitive? You also check no for that.
correct,
E, are you an unlawful user of or addicted to marijuana or any other depressant, stimulant, narcotic drug, or controlled substance? With a warning, the use or possession of marijuana remains unlawful under federal law guidelines, regardless whether it's been legalized or decriminalized for medicinal, recreational purposes in the state where you reside. You check no to that.
correct,
Okay. And this is the same form that was filled out by James Crumbley every time he made a purchase from the store,
yes,
and he answered the questions in the same way.
yes.
Now, you don't do any research as a office manager of a federal firearms licensed dealer to investigate if what he said in these questions are true or false. Is that right?
No.
Well, here's the front of the form here. This is the same exhibit, exhibit 39.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did the 6 hour come in a plastic case?
Yes, it is.
Now, this case itself does not have a locking mechanism, is that correct?
The case, no.
Okay. And are you able to identify if this was in fact the case sold to James Crumbley with that 6 hour?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Sure.
This is exhibit 41. It has been stipulated to. So what are we looking at on the side of this case here?
You're looking at, are we talking the bold, the black?
Right here. SN, what does SN mean?
So that's the serial number,
Okay.
which is written in box 3 on the application.
Okay.
But I can also identify it as to the stock number that I put on each box when a firearm comes in. So 2110620 matches up to the box.
Okay, so you can be sure that this is in fact the case that the gun was sold.
Yes,
So you mentioned that this case itself doesn't have its own locking mechanism.
no,
When you sold the gun to James Crumbley on November the 26th, did he fill out the trigger lock statement?
he did,
And did you as well?
I did,
Okay. And in that trigger lock statement, did you indicate that a lock had been provided to
Yes.
Mr. Crumbly?
yes,
So So first, I'm gonna open this up because that glove on. And show to the jury. In this case, is provided, it has an insignia SIG on it.
Yes.
So this is provided by Sig Sauer, the manufacturer of the gun?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of lock was provided to Mr. Crumbly on November the 26th?
Cable lock?
And was that cable lock in fact provided to your store from Sig Sauer?
Yes.
So this is Exhibit 40. This is the trigger lock statement from November the 26th, 2021. And this indicates that you did in fact provide him with that?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, or a gun, case, or storage container that can be secured to prevent unauthorized access. So this doesn't have a locking mechanism on it, correct?
It does not.
Okay. So I want to show you now Exhibit 97. Exhibit 97, specifically on the right part of the screen here. What do we see here?
You see the child handguard safety, we need the cable lock and the 2 clips.
And when you say the cable lock, was this cable lock in that pamphlet provided with James Crumbley when he bought the 6 Sauer on November the 26th?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Oh, thank you. I don't know if I asked this or not, but this is the type of lock that was provided by Sig Sauer at the time this firearm was sold?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Awesome.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Path.
Hi.
We know that you were working on November 26th of 2021.
Yes.
You were involved in the sale of the 6 Sauer 9mm to James Crumbley.
Yes.
In fact, you just testified about the beginning of that sale, correct?
Yes.
That you came out of the office,
Yes.
that you approached a different customer,
Yes.
then you approached Mr. Crumbly,
Yes.
who was standing at the counter.
Yes.
You testified that Mr. Crumbly knew which firearm he wanted.
Yes.
You recall that you had some conversation with Mr. Crumbly,
I did not have a conversation with him.
standing at the counter,
I approached him and asked if he need help.
and did you converse with him? Did you talk with him at all?
No, I did not.
You asked Mr. Crumbly which firearm he wanted to purchase, or if he wanted to see anything,
I asked if he need help and he said, yes, I want to see that.
and he indicated that, you indicated that you recognized Mr. Crumbly from prior purchases, correct?
Yes.
So you knew he'd been to the store before.
Right.
He knew which handgun he wanted, and he indicated to you that it was based on prior visits, if you recall.
No. He said he had his eye on that gun for a while, so that means he could have been in the shop looking at it, could have been online looking at it. I don't know, I didn't inquire that.
You testified previously in this case?
Yes.
Specifically, you testified on February 24th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you recall your testimony on that day?
Yes.
Would it help to refresh your recollection to know exactly what you testified on that day as it relates to this question?
Sure.
Page 94. Minus 3 through 6. May I approach, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. You can review the highlighted lines. You can look before and after if you'd like as well, and just look up when you're done reviewing it, please.
Is this what I'm saying?
Correct.
So this is saying what I just said?
May I approach?
Sure.
Thank you. And the question was, you do recall, however, that he was very clear that he wanted one handgun based on his prior visits to the store. Your answer was yes.
Yes.
Well, hold on a second, Judge. Counsel didn't read the question before that.
Okay, well, I guess you can follow up.
I'll do a redirect, that's fine.
There was also some discussion, if you recall, you testified that Mr. Crumbly said, you testified on February 24th of 2022 that Mr. Crumbly said he'd had his eye on that firearm for a few days, if you recall.
He didn't say a few days, he said quite some time.
Your testimony was that he said that he had his eye on it for a few days, if you recall that testimony.
Which page, Council?
Yes, page 88, specifically lines 3 through 4.
Thank you.
He purchased the handgun that he pointed at and looked at, correct? The
Yes.
6 hour?
Yes,
You had no reason to believe that Mr. Crumbly was buying the firearm for anybody else.
no,
In fact, you said that you called him the younger guy who was there, was standing behind him,
yes,
behind Mr. Crumbly, I'm sorry.
yes,
You didn't see Mr. Crumbly having any conversations with that younger guy prior to approaching them at the counter, correct?
no,
At some point, you handed the sale off to, I think you said Chris.
yes,
If you recall, you didn't see any conversations between Mr. Crumbly and that younger guy about the purchase of that firearm after you'd handed off the sale,
I
correct?
did not,
You didn't hear Mr. Crumbly say anything to the individual that he was standing with about buying the handgun for him?
no,
And we identified, you later learned that the individual with him was his son.
yes,
You didn't hear or see his son say anything to Mr. Crumbly about, that's the one I want.
no,
In fact, you saw no exchange between them whatsoever.
none,
You testified that provided with the sale of firearms at your store is also an ATF handgun notice, correct?
yes,
And in that ATF handgun notice, are you familiar with that pamphlet, the safety notice?
yes,
We can see it in the picture, correct?
yes,
You've reviewed that previously? Not
Yes.
necessarily in connection with
Yes.
this case, but as
Yes.
part of your employment?
yes,
And in general, it's unlawful for a minor to possess a firearm, is that correct?
yes,
There are certain circumstances where it is not unlawful, correct?
correct,
And specifically 18 USC 922X sub 3 sub A sub I, which is in that pamphlet, says that a minor can temporarily possess a handgun under certain conditions. Do you know
Judge, I'm
that?
just gonna object to the form of the question to this witness. We do have a special agent from the ATF testifying later in this trial. I don't think this witness is equipped to testify to the content of the pamphlet, only that it was actually given.
Well, the pamphlet is an evidence, right?
It will be, it's not yet, but it will be.
Okay, so, well, I mean, I get, have you seen that excerpt in that pamphlet? Not, you know, she's
I mean,
not,
not all the numbers, I mean, I couldn't recall all the,
I mean, asking Ms. Back to recall a specific site from the United States Code is a little bit difficult for her.
I'll ask her for the content then, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I was trying to be complete in my question, but I'll just ask her if she recalls the content. You know that pamphlet directs that a minor can temporarily possess a handgun under certain conditions, correct?
are you familiar with that part of the pamphlet she's asking?
sorry, read that,
Yes, that a minor can temporarily possess a handgun under certain conditions.
yes,
Included in that is target practice, correct?
yes,
To your knowledge, and this is just your knowledge, I'm not asking you about anything that you may know about anything after they left the store. But while they were in the store, to your knowledge, you never saw Mr. Crumbly allow his son to possess that Sig Sauer without his permission
no,
or his supervision.
no,
Based on your knowledge of the law, and this is just your knowledge of the law, it is not illegal for Mr. Crumbly to allow his son to use that Sig Sauer or any handgun at a shooting range.
no,
Or for Mr. Crumbly's son to handle the firearm while at home if Mr. Crumbly is supervising him.
As I'm object to the form of the question, she's talking about, that's two different things.
Yeah, well, you can't ask her if it's legal or illegal, but you can ask her if she's familiar with what is in the pamphlet. If that's in the pamphlet, she's familiar with it, she can testify.
Correct, Your Honor. That was a continued question of based on your knowledge of the law. I'm asking her about her knowledge.
Okay, now I'm gonna object to the relevance, Judge. She's an office manager for the store that sold the firearm. Asking her what her knowledge of the law is not appropriate, Judge. It's an improper question.
Well, yeah, why does her knowledge of that law, why is that relevant?
Your Honor, I would think that as somebody who's an office manager of a firearms store, that she would have knowledge of firearms laws.
Okay, but she might, but why is it relevant to these proceedings? I think you have an ATF guy, right?
I can ask him as well, Judge.
Okay. Yeah, her knowledge of the pamphlet, because she reviewed it and gave it to Mr. Crumbly, would be relevant, but I don't think her knowledge of the law is relevant to these proceedings.
Thank you, Judge.
Regarding the trigger lock statement, that was, which exhibit was that? You had a few of them, but we'll look at exhibit 40. Oh, let me see if I make it work. Exhibit 40 is the trigger lock statement. This was the one specifically from November 26th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
The trigger lock statement simply in bold, right above purchaser dealer, in bold, that statement indicates that signing of that form just shows that that sale was done in compliance with the law, correct?
Yes,
That a cable lock or a locking box or storage box was provided, correct?
yes,
There's nothing on there that's an acknowledgement that the purchaser is going to use the cable lock, correct?
correct,
There's nothing directing that the purchaser has to use the cable lock, is that correct?
correct,
There's nothing on that form indicating that you are required to do anything as the dealer other than provide the cable lock, the trigger lock, or the case, correct?
correct.
In fact, in November of 2021, there were no laws governing whether somebody had to use a cable lock or a case or a safe or anything like that, if you know.
Judge, relevance. There's no relevance to this proceeding.
Response?
If she knows, Your Honor.
But it's not just personal knowledge, it's relevance.
Are you asking her if she knew of any law?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I do know. Were you familiar with anything like that?
No, no.
She doesn't know.
Thank you. Exhibit 36, which is the firearm transaction record. I believe this was for the Caltech. You indicated on direct examination that Mr. Crumbly did not receive the firearm the same day that he purchased the firearm, the Caltech.
Correct,
And this is the firearm transaction record. This is page 2 of that form, correct?
yes,
And you indicated on direct that you didn't know if it was delayed or if there was some other reason. It could have just been taking a long time with the federal government. Is that accurate?
yes,
Now, if the sale was delayed, there would be a box checked on this page 2, correct?
yes,
In fact, it would be toward here, toward the bottom, where in 27C, correct?
yes,
And this says proceed.
yes,
So that sale was not delayed by the federal government, other than maybe it was just taking a long time. Is that fair?
yes,
I want to go back to the purchase of the Sig Sauer 9mm. Exhibit 37 is the receipt. And I will put it up on the screen for you. This is the receipt of the Sig Sauer purchase on November 26th of 2021, correct?
yes,
And on there, we see that the firearm is listed. It says 1 Sig Sauer SP2 2022.
yes,
There's a serial number, SN/, and then it has numbers and letters.
yes,
Has a price,
yes,
Mr. Crumbly's contact information,
yes,
his driver's license,
yes,
shows it was paid, correct?
yes,
Mr. Crumbly's signature, the
yes,
stock number,
yes,
the tax amount.
yes.
There's no ammunition listed, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's no ammunition listed, correct?
Correct,
To your knowledge, James Crumbley did not purchase ammunition with the Sig Sauer on November 26th of 2021, correct? If he had, you would have had a receipt for it at your store, correct?
yes,
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Briefly, thank you. Ms. Back, if the defendant's son would have walked in with the defendant and pointed at that 9mm and said, "Hey, Dad, that's the one I want," would you have sold it to him?
no,
Okay. And in fact, in your store, there's information posted that says, "Don't buy for somebody else."
correct,
Okay. Now that trigger lock statement, that is to ensure that the firearm dealer provides the tool to make it safe to the buyer of the gun. Is that right?
yes,
Whose responsibility it is to actually make the gun safe?
the buyer.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, I'm gonna allow you to step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your lunches are here. It's a perfect time to stop. Can I ask you to come back at 1 o'clock? Is 1 o'clock okay? Enough time? All right, please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. careful who you come into contact with in the courthouse. Don't look at any kind of media, social media, newspapers, don't do any research, don't text or Google about the case, all right? All right, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, Judge.
Do you know who you're calling next?
We're not sure because we are way ahead of schedule, Judge, so we need to make some phone calls.
We are just all that good. All right, we'll see you then.
Your Honor, calling People versus James Crumbley, case number 22279-989 FH.
Thank you, Mark. Case on behalf of people.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Who's the next witness?
Yeah, thank you.
Detective Joe Bryan.
Joe Bryan. I think there's a button on the bottom of it. It's over here, on this side. Well, that's the light. Yeah, come on, that was good.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Next witness, prosecutor.
Detective Sergeant Joe Bryan, Judge.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, please step up and have a seat. And could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name, please?
Joe Bryan, Joebrian.
Go ahead.
Sir, where do you work?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office?
29 years.
Okay. So tell me, sir, what do you currently do there?
I'm assigned to the Special Investigations Unit as a detective sergeant.
And what does the Special Investigation Unit in the Sheriff's Office do?
We handle major crimes, internal affairs, officer-involved shootings, anything major, we usually have our hands into it.
Okay. And that's run by Lieutenant Timothy Willis at
Yes.
Council Table here? Okay.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been assigned to the Special Investigative Unit?
Since 2011.
And prior to that, where did you work?
I was the detective sergeant in charge of our computer crimes unit for almost 8 years. Prior to that, worked the jail, the road, general investigations on the road.
Okay. So all told, you said 29 years of law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you made aware of the shooting at Oxford High School?
I was.
Do you recall how you were made aware of that?
My supervisor, Lieutenant Willis, called me on the phone.
And did you respond to the school?
Eventually, I was heading that way, then I got diverted.
And tell me what happened.
Lieutenant Willis called me and asked if I would go to the Oxford substation to attempt some interviews.
Okay. And we say attempt some interviews. Interviews of who?
The shooter, the responsible.
Okay. So the shooter was arrested at the Oxford High School on November the 30th and taken to where?
The Oxford substation.
Okay. So we say substation. So the sheriff's office being a rather large organization, there's different police stations of the sheriff's office within Oakland County?
Correct. Every township that contracts with us, we have a substation, like a mini police station at each contracted area, each township.
Okay, and when you say Oxford substation, that's what we're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were made aware that the shooter was transported to that location?
Correct.
And you were sent there to do what?
Attempt to interview him.
Okay. And did you speak with the shooter?
I did.
Okay. Did you learn his parents' identities?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do with that information?
I called his dad and asked him to respond to the substation to talk to them.
Is his dad in court today?
He is.
Can you point to him, describe something he's wearing today?
And he's sitting at the defense table and he has the headphones with a little white mouse on.
You got a record reflect identification?
The record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant.
Okay, so we had testimony from Edward Wobrowski regarding location data earlier today and yesterday. It showed that James Crumbley arrived at the substation about 1:58 p.m. on November the 30th. Is that consistent with your memory?
Yes, sir.
Now tell us please what happened after, what did James Crumbley arrive? Did Jennifer Crumbley arrive as well?
Yes, they both arrived together.
Okay, and tell us what happened after they arrived.
My partner and I, Rob Miller, took them into an interview room to let them know what was going on.
Okay. And in the Oxford substation, when you took them to an interview room, is this room equipped with audio and visual recording?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and was that equipment operational on November the 30th?
It was.
Okay, and was that conversation between yourself, the defendant, and his wife, was that captured on audio and visual recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've seen that recording before?
I have.
And that fairly depicts that conversation?
It does.
So this is Exhibit 301. I believe we do not have an objection to this, but is that correct?
Correct, no objection here.
301's admitted, yes.
May I publish to the jury, Judge?
Sure.
So as we wait for the,
Well, let me know if we need the sound adjusted.
thank you, Judge. Before I press play, the top right corner of the screen here reflects 14:58. The time was actually 13:58, would that be correct?
That's correct.
And is that because of daylight savings?
I'm assuming.
Okay. So the actual time this begins is 1:58 p.m. on November the 30th.
That's correct.
So before we get started, just identify everybody who you see here.
I got my back with the bald head and the blue shirt. To my left is my partner, now retired Sergeant Rob Miller. One standing is James Crumbley, and the woman is Jennifer Crumbly, his wife.
Okay.
Obviously, we don't know all what happened yet because everything's still ongoing. It's our understanding he wasn't involved in a school shooting. He was the one that did everything. He said he acted alone. That's basically the only thing we've asked him so far because we're just worried about our students, other people. I want to get some questions from you, or ask you some questions first before we even start talking to him. Is there, I hate to stop you, is it possible to have a water in my mouth? Yes, well, it's super dry, freaking out. Whether any of these houses, you know. And we do not know, there are several people who have been shot though. This is my partner to get back. We'll get into it with you a little bit. But we really need to talk to him. Of course, we can do that without you guys. We were just there this morning. That's what I understand. But we'll talk about that. There was a lady dad. Oh, Jennifer, what is your date of birth? Last name is also Crumbly. And James, what is your date of birth? Thank you.
I'm just going to pause it for a second. Just for aware, it was redacted because personal information was being discussed?
That's correct.
Okay. Personal identifying information, I should say.
Yes, sir.
We're coming in very early, but I understand there was an issue just recently. Was there? This morning. This morning. What went down this morning? Oh, he was. I have a picture. He was writing. Yes, show them the picture. He was doodling on a test for a practice test. Did you should probably have a lawyer. That's up to you. I think we probably should have a lawyer. I think we can speak to the cops. And we'll answer these. And here's our perspective right now. This thing is still very, very fresh. Right. People are still on their way to the hospital and such. We need to know what his state of mind is. Is there explosive devices anywhere? Is there other guns anywhere? Do you hide guns, ammunition, explosive devices? Are there any other victims? We need to know these things quite rapidly. I was in town. I saw all you guys go to, I don't care about it. When I see 5, I start running. I'm sorry. I headed to the high school, obviously couldn't get to the high school, turned into the Meyer parking lot, and I saw these kids standing outside. I'm trying to call my son, make sure he's okay, and he texted me that he loved me. He texted you that? And I said that there was an active shooter. 35 minutes before he called me, that was freaked out because of the school. The situation. He was telling that on the paper and the cops would have called the town. So really, you can't make a figure out? I don't know. What did the text say? No, but it was texted to me. Oh. From the counselor. I texted Ethan at 12:21, you okay? He said, yeah, just got back from lunch. I said, you know, you can talk to us, you won't touch. He said, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you. I said, I love you too. And then, you okay? And hear back. And then, he told me about what's going on, and I freaked out and I drove here from work. And that's where we're at. What time did you text him? That was at 12:21, and he was just getting back from lunch. But you guys had a meeting with the counselor this morning with the rule? Yeah. I said, what time was this? What, was it the first hour, second one, what time was it? I got to school at 10:30, whatever. So it would have been earlier, first or second hour, I don't know. And what did he say? I mean, he just said he was sorry, he just said, you know, was he having issues like being hit down? No. Not that we know of. His best friend, his parents just sent him somewhere to Wisconsin for an OCD rehabilitation. That was his only friend that he had. They went out all the time and went out of school. Our dog, our Great Pyrenees, just passed away a couple months ago. My mom died back in April. So that's just got all the stressors going on. They didn't. Of course, that's true. They say, did you guys go over this with them, like, where's that with the totals? Anybody ask them what the... No, the counselor just said, you know, there's no... I didn't even, like, think about that, because, I mean, it's Ethan, Ethan's, he's a perfect kid, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't get in trouble at school, he doesn't, That's how... That's your gun? What kind of gun is it? It's a 6-cylinder 9mm. Where was the gun at? It was hidden in our arm, in the case. And the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot. Underneath some jeans. I raced home. Found the guy under you saw all the cops. After I saw the cops, after I found I was an active shooter, after what went on this morning, I immediately raced home and found the gun missing. That's when I called you guys. I called you guys right away and let you know. Okay. How far away is your guys' house from the high school? Right on the street. I got another box. He walks 15 minutes from school. It's right in the village.
So what we'd like to do, is talk to your son. And obviously you mentioned earlier, our lawyer, he is totally entitled to one. That's gonna be all up to you guys, because of his age.
We would like.
I'm messaging Andy right now.
Okay. Can Andy handle? Andy can get me somebody. We would like a lawyer present before doing any questions from here on out. Okay. Yeah, and there's no disrespect to you guys, it's just, we don't, I don't want to have on this one, I only see this stuff on TV. That's cool.
I only know when I talked to the counselor about that, they texted me and we went down there and met with him.
That's all that was about.
That's all that was about. And he didn't seem worried about it, and he said he was more than welcome to stay at school or he could go home, and I really wish we
We're taking
could get him home.
this, or just, we need help here. For the time being, then we, he's got arrested, then we go into, either jail or children's village here for a short time. So we'll go talk to him, so, this is where we're at. Any medical conditions, any mental conditions we need to be aware of?
He said he gets anxiety before testing, maybe that's something he's doing.
Do you have any meds or anything like that you have at home that you might need to bring for him? No meds, no, either no treatment for mental health, anything like that? Give me 1 second, I'll get a consignment form, there's maybe a lot of stuff we have to ask them, as far as just like weight and all that kind of stuff, but one of you guys can go in with us. Alright. Yeah, I got a number up. Alright, just give me 1 minute to go get the form, we'll get it. You're. Oh, yeah. What is your stuff? The same? Any trouble with him with the law or anything?
Nothing.
Everything is suspended?
Nothing.
Okay, he's great. I mean, mediocre grades, I mean, they're up and down, you know, but.
He's not. If I don't get Ian geometry last night, I got on.
A grade, you were talking about his grade. I'm sorry, his what?
His grade.
Grades, okay.
He's failing geometry. And I got onto him. And I was putting all this.
Actually, we need to get you oh, he's gonna be safe, okay? He's not hurt at all. I think it's gonna get worse for his back. At this point right now, he's just all pretty fresh. They're both cold. Check how many people are hurt. If anybody has died. At this point. Okay, my children. Any family members we should check in? Any family members that you might be concerned about? Is he angry at any family members that you want to hurt? Well, I mean, she's not an animal. He was just fine. He's going to school. He apologized about last night. We talked about his grades. Told him, like, listen, I just want you to draw. Make sure you have, uncompleted assignments. That's all we want to do. Is that great? On social media, you know?
Not Facebook, Instagram.
Yeah, so.
No.
think the gun was gonna be, and bullets were gonna completely different place. Twenty rounds was laying in the gun.
100.
No, you guys bought 100 when you went to the shoot.
We bought 200.
I thought it was just a box of it.
Oh, I don't know.
No, you didn't.
I don't remember.
He didn't.
I don't remember what it was.
It wasn't an exorbitant amount of money, because you would have known.
Approximately $56.
Okay, then he only bought 100 rounds. And so you guys spent 50. So, yeah, and we go to the shooting range all the time. He goes with you, so he knows, yes. I've been trying to teach him safety. I mean, it
So it was a hobby that they did together, sure. Still not gonna release the name over there.
he's a juvenile, they won't do that.
Hmm?
No, they will not. He's a juvenile, they won't release his name. James Robert is. Jennifer, what's your number?
Could I try calling him and tell him those emergency is tomorrow right now? I don't.
Jennifer Lynn? You guys are still together, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a couple of things to come up with. You guys want to pop up, I'll leave your phones in here. I'll walk in, basic information. Okay, now see what how tall are you? 5'11". 5'11"? Yeah, I think so. How much do you weigh? 180. Eye color? Blue, grayish. Hair color? Brown, dark brown. Okay, so we're gonna ask you a bunch of questions about why you did this and get your whole side of the story. Your parents not a retained attorney, so we'll not be asking you any questions about the incident that you were involved in. Your parents popped in here to give some basic information. You will have a contact with them eventually. We'll be taking you to Oakland County Jail or Children's Village forthwith, get you lodged after we take all your clothes and everything else you have on you. Any questions for me? It's up to you, if you want to ask some what? I don't think we need to ask so many questions right now. Okay, hop back up. This is yours, let's go. That's why. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You get me. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You get me. He didn't even care. What the fuck? Where we free go? You are free now. You have our information. Do you have any questions for us? So typically what happens is, I'm here none of you. Somebody contact us and let us know where it's gonna be. Horrible. Yeah. When? A day or two. Could be today, could be tomorrow. And look what I did, right? So right now, I really don't care about. We understand, right? So somebody will be in contact with us because of his age. Yeah. Okay, I'll walk here or something.
So that was exhibit 301. Just so the court's aware, we have a transcript we're gonna mark as proposed 378. I'm gonna get a copy of that to council with some redactions, and if there's an agreement, we'll admit that first thing on Monday, so the jury has it.
All right, are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor. I did have a chance to briefly review the exhibit. We did discuss some things about the exhibit, Your Honor. I would object to it being admitted today, but I believe we won't do that until Monday.
No, that's fine. We'll take care of that.
All right. Yeah, if it's accurate, there's reason to believe it's accurate, right?
Yes. Thank you, Judge. I've nothing further this witness.
Us?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm going to start at the beginning of the video. So at about 58 seconds into the video, if you recall, and if you need, I might be able to cue it up as well. You're talking to James and Jennifer Crumbly, and James asks for a bottle of water.
Yes.
And he says he's freaking out.
Yes.
At about 1 minute and 18 seconds in the video, James becomes emotional, if you recall.
Yes.
The first time.
Yes.
He said he became emotional when it was either you or your partner, I can't tell from the video, mentioned that multiple people had been shot.
Correct.
He was willing to speak with you, though, if you recall.
Yes.
In fact, we see on the video that at one point his wife says, maybe we should get a lawyer, and James kind of says, no, I think we can talk to them, right?
He does.
And he continued to talk and was appeared to be open from what you could tell from that point forward during that interview.
Correct.
He said, he told you that he had been in town, correct?
Yes.
That he saw the police cars?
Yes.
Many police cars. That he tried to get to the high school?
Correct.
That he couldn't get there?
Correct.
That he went to the Meyer and saw all the students?
Yes.
And that he was trying to get a hold of his son?
Yes.
And he specifically said he was trying to get a hold of his son to see if his son was okay.
Correct.
He then at some point told his wife about what happened at the school, the shooting that happened at the school.
Yes.
At about 5 minutes and 18 seconds of the interview, James was very clear that they didn't have issues with their son.
Yes.
That he didn't believe that they had been having issues with their son. Is that fair to say?
That's what he said, yes, ma'am.
He talked about the fact that his friend had been sent away.
Yes.
And let me clarify. James talked about the fact that his son's friend had been sent away.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Okay. And that their dog died.
Yes.
James's mother passed away that April.
Yes.
At 6 minutes and 24 seconds, you were looking at the math homework on Jennifer Crumbly's phone, and I believe it was you that said, did anyone ask him about this?
I believe specifically the bullet holes.
Correct.
That's what you're referring to.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
And I was gonna say that. And I was gonna say specifically the bullet holes, or what appear to be bullet holes on the figure that's drawn on the math homework.
Yes, ma'am.
And Jennifer responded no.
Right.
And then she kind of talked about the counselor, and there was a brief discussion about the counselor, and you wouldn't know what happened with the counselor, correct?
I do not.
Okay. At 6 minutes and 35 seconds, there was a statement that their son was a perfect kid.
Yes,
In their eyes, he was a perfect kid.
that's what they said.
At 6 minutes and 45 seconds, James told you that he had a 6-hour handgun.
Yes,
That was at 6 minutes and 50 seconds, he said that it was hidden in an armoire in a case.
correct.
At 6 minutes and 58 seconds, and these are approximate timestamps, I'm not holding you to them,
I
detective.
really appreciate it.
6 minutes and 58 seconds, that the bullets were hidden in a different spot under jeans, he says.
Yes, ma'am.
It was shortly after that discussion that James indicated that they would like a lawyer present, and it was understood that it was for their son.
That's what my interpretation of what he said was. Yes.
And we see that in the video. You in fact advise his son later in the video that that James and his wife want to hire retain an attorney for their son.
Yes,
Okay. And James continued to talk to you.
he did.
Jennifer explained that at the school advised that their son could stay at school or go home, but that they both indicated they wish they would have taken him home that day. If you recall.
I don't recall. I remember her saying it. I don't remember. There was over talking.
And we saw that there was over talking a couple of times. James told you that he didn't have any trouble with his son, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you or your partner asked that. Have you ever had any trouble with him? Has he ever gotten in trouble? And James said no. He had mediocre grades, right?
Yes.
They were up and down. James or his wife indicated that they'd found out the night before that he had an E in geometry,
Yes.
and there was an argument about it that night.
Yes.
They'd gotten on him about his grades.
Yes.
At about 11 minutes and 17 seconds, and you weren't in the room, but you did see the video, your former partner, now retired partner, reassured James that his son was going to be okay,
Yes.
that he was going to be safe.
Correct.
Obviously, you can see from that conversation that James was concerned about his son
Yes, he was.
and the safety of his son and the well-being of his son.
Correct.
Your now retired partner also said that it was going to get worse before it got better.
Yes.
Meaning the situation that they were discussing on November 30th at approximately 2:58 p.m.
Correct.
1:58 p.m. Thank you.
Yep.
At about 12 minutes and 5 seconds of the video, James indicates that his son was just fine that morning,
Yes.
that he had talked to him,
Yes.
that they had talked about the grades issue,
Correct.
that James told his son, "We just want you to try."
Correct.
There was no indication that James had any concern about his son's well-being that morning, that he hadn't exhibited any signs that there was anything wrong. In fact, he had spoken with him and reassured him, correct?
That's what he told us. Yes, I wasn't
Right.
there, obviously.
And you weren't there for the conversation, but in the moment during this interview, that was your understanding, that there had been this conversation, that there were no concerns based on that conversation.
Correct.
At about 12 minutes and 48 seconds, either you or your partner asked if James's son was active on social media, and he said no.
Correct. Yes. They on Facebook, but she jumped in and said Instagram, I think.
Correct. So James's wife was aware that their son was active on social media or Instagram, but James clearly was not aware of that.
I don't remember.
Okay. At approximately 13 minutes and 45 seconds, there was some over talking, but there was a discussion about empty magazines.
Yes.
And specifically, either yourself or your partner asked how many magazines there were in the house.
Yes.
And the magazines were referring to the magazines that go into the firearm,
That's correct.
which is what holds the bullets.
Yes, ma'am.
And James indicated that there were 3 magazines,
Yes.
that they were all empty,
Yes.
that they were stored empty,
Yes.
that the gun was stored empty,
Correct.
that the ammunition was stored separately.
Yes.
And then there was additional conversation between James and his wife about ammunition.
Yes.
There was a question about how much ammunition was in the house.
That's correct.
And at about 13 minutes and 54 seconds, James indicates to his wife, you bought the ammunition when you guys went to the shooting range.
Yes,
And you understood that to mean that James's wife and their son bought ammunition when they went to the shooting range at some date prior to November 30th.
Well, hold on a second, Judge. The video and the statements of James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley speak for themselves. His impression of what their statements are, that's an improper question. That's why we'll have a transcript of it.
Yeah, that would cause him to speculate his impression of what they said. Is that what you mean?
What they
Well,
meant.
What he understood, the statement, you bought them when you went to the gun range, what that meant. I mean, I think it's pretty clear, but I can move on.
It's the video. It's a video, Judge.
There was, Jennifer Crumbly also indicated that going to the gun range was a hobby that James and his son did together.
yes,
At about 17 minutes and 32 seconds, James and his wife, yourself, and your partner leave that first interview room, and this is, and walk into the second interview room where their son is handcuffed to the wall.
yes,
You advised their son that James and his wife wanted to retain him an attorney. At 19 minutes, it was a fairly short interaction from what we can see on the video, correct?
extremely.
And at 19 minutes and 2 seconds, as James and his wife are leaving, James repeatedly tells his son that he loves him.
Yes, he does.
And he says it over and over. I think I counted 4 or 5 times.
Yes,
At 19 minutes and 18 seconds of the video, we switch back to the first interview room where James and Jennifer, yourself and your partner, are walking into that room. And James enters the room, and you can see on the video, he's obviously crying.
correct.
Very loudly.
Yes.
It could be described as sobbing.
Would you characterize it as that? Yes, ma'am.
He's clearly incredibly emotional.
Yes.
Shortly after that, James asks about his son's whereabouts and if he will be made aware of where his son is going to be.
Yes.
Again, it appeared that he was concerned about his son and if his son was going to be okay.
Again, that's speculation, Judge.
Well, his statements speak for themselves. I don't think he needs to be interpreting them, because then he's speculating.
You've done many police interviews
I have.
in your career. You've been a law enforcement officer for 29 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been a detective for much of that 29 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that James learning that his son was the shooter appeared to be very unexpected to him?
Objection to that question, obviously, Judge. That is blanket speculation.
Yeah, then he's trying to speculate about how your client was feeling, right?
I mean,
Judge, that's a clearly improper question.
Yeah, assisting.
Thank you, Judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Real quick, Sergeant, let's talk about what James Crumbley didn't tell you. He never told you that he bought the murder weapon 4 days ago, did he?
He did not.
He never said he bought the murder weapon 4 days ago as a gift for his son.
He did not.
He never told you the gun was ever locked up, did he?
He did not.
He never told you the counselor told James and Jennifer Crumbley to take their son home that day, did he?
No, he did not.
Okay, in fact, he referred to it as doodling on the paper, right?
Correct.
He never actually mentioned that he actually had another son, too.
No.
In that portion of the video where he said, I love you, I love you, I love you, what was his son doing at that time?
Trying to talk to his mom.
Okay, and his son was actually saying, I did it at that point.
He did.
So James was yelling, I love you, I love you, I love you, louder, louder, and louder, over his son.
Your Honor, I don't know what the implication is that the prosecution is trying to make, but I don't think that's even a proper question.
Counsel clearly tried to paint a picture that he was saying, I love you to his son, and the video depicts something else, so I would like some context.
Okay,
Your Honor,
well,
I
whether
think-
or not he was trying to talk over his son is up for the jury
That's
to
fine.
determine. He's able to say, was he saying it at the same contemporaneous with his son saying, I did it, and in his opinion, did it get louder, but why he was saying it is up to the jury.
That's fair, Judge, thank you. Did he say at the same time his son was confessing to a crime?
He was.
Okay, and did his voice elevate, get louder?
It did.
Okay. Now, they didn't retain him an attorney, though, did they?
Not that I have no knowledge of. No, they
Okay.
did not.
And James Crumbley actually did say to stop questioning, too.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down in your excuse.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who's the next witness?
Miss Gibson Marshall, she's in the hallway.
Good afternoon. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Right, you may be seated. And then could you tell us your first and last name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Christy Gibson Marshall, KRISTY-GIBSON-MARSHALL.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Christy. It's okay if I call you Christy, right?
Of course.
All right. Christy, can you tell the jury what your job is?
I'm an assistant principal at Oxford High School.
Okay. And how long have you been in administration?
Just in administration.
Yes.
20 years.
And did you do something else before that?
I was a teacher prior to that.
And where were you teaching?
Oxford High School and Oxford Elementary, Oxford Intermediate School.
Have you ever taught anywhere except in the Oxford School District?
No.
All right. And so a grand total of how many years so far?
29 years.
All right. Christy, in all of those 29 years, had you ever experienced an active shooter situation?
No.
Until November 30th?
Correct.
You had not?
No, I have not.
Okay. What kind of training had you received in an active shooting situation before November 30th?
We have our ALICE training, which is alert, lockdown, inform, communicate, evacuate.
Okay, and how many years have you received that training?
I started getting it in elementary.
I'm gonna object to the relevance of how long they've been receiving the training.
I'm laying a foundation because I'm gonna ask her later what she did, and I'm just laying a foundation for her.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Thank you. How many years had you been trained in that?
I started that training in elementary school, so probably close to 10 years.
Okay, and when you receive that training, does everybody receive it, just administrators, or does it include students, teachers?
It includes students and teachers.
Okay, yes. Do you know the student that was the shooter on November 30th?
I do.
Okay, we refer to him as the shooter. How long had you known, that was the James Crumbley's son?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Before November 30th, had you ever met James Crumbley?
I was Eaton's elementary school teacher or principal.
Okay. Do you have a specific memory of it, or you're not sure?
No, I don't have a specific memory, no.
Okay, let's go back to just James Crumbley's son. How long had you known him?
He transferred to our elementary in 4th grade, so 5 years.
Okay. And you eventually became an administrator in the high school. All right. So on that day, November 30th, as part of your assistant principal duties, what are you doing throughout the day? I know you're probably doing a lot, but what are your responsibilities, particularly during passing time?
During passing time, we are just monitoring hallways, making sure that people are safely getting from one place to the other, just talking to kids, connecting with kids, checking in on students.
And Chrissy, how would you describe how you show up in the building for kids?
My goal is to connect with students. Students make the day. Like they are, just brings so much fun and life to our building. So connecting with the kids and checking on them and making sure they're doing good and just connecting them to each other and that's where our community is built, is within our schools, is at that young age.
And even though you just testified you never had an active shooter situation, you did have a drill? Well, there were drills, I assume. I don't know though.
Yes.
Okay. What are you trained to do when the school goes on lockdown?
I'm trained to lock down.
Can you tell the jury what that means?
That means to take cover, to barricade the classroom door, to ensure the safety of the students and those around me.
Okay. You just testified that you think you probably met James Crumbley. Do you have a specific memory of meeting him?
I don't. I remember getting an email when Ethan was leaving elementary school asking about a report card.
And what did you respond, if you remember?
I responded how to get the report card and to give Ethan a hug for me.
Okay, but he wasn't in your school at that time?
He was leaving, going to middle school.
Okay. And do you know, was he in the district the entire time?
No.
Like, what were the years that James Crumbley's son was in Oxford School District, if you know?
4th grade through high school.
Okay. Directing your attention to November 30th, 2021, approximately 12:50. Can you tell the jury where you were and what you were doing during that time?
I was in the cafeteria supervising lunches. It's a great time to be able to connect with kids. Kids are not in classrooms being super focused. They get to laugh and joke with you. And so it's a really good time to just connect with kids this lunchtime.
Okay, and at some point, did you leave the cafeteria?
I did.
And where did you go?
I went to,
Before you look at the map,
Okay,
and the jury
sorry.
looks at the map, can you tell me exactly where you went and describe it first?
okay, so I went.
Whenever you put something up on the screen, as you know, an educator, that means that people are looking at the screen and not.
I went to the senior window. I headed towards the senior window. I didn't quite get all the way there prior to.
And what's the senior window?
Senior window is a little area in our school that our seniors kind of hang out, and it's like their little status symbol.
Okay. And is that where you station yourself during passing time at that time?
A lot of times I do, just to make sure that they're allowing people to get traffic to go through. Somebody is almost always stationed there to make sure that it's
People meaning underclass.
underclass.
Okay.
Yeah, sweet little freshmen. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Drawing your attention to the map, which is previously admitted Exhibit 9, Your Honor. What is that?
That's our school.
Okay. And can you point to the senior, where you were at that time? And Mr. Keist already knows that, so I think he's going to direct your attention with the magnifying.
Yeah, so I started in the commons area that he has highlighted there, and then I came down. I don't even think this hallway has a number, but it's between the choir room and the guitar piano room, and then ended down by the senior courtyard hallway area there.
Which is right there where he.
Yeah, highlighted that little, right in front of the courtyard is where the senior window technically is, but I stopped right here at this.
Right there?
Yeah, this little diamond area.
Okay. And this was during passing time?
Yes.
All right, what's typically going on during passing time? Is it enough time for kids to get from one place to another,
Yeah.
or are people rushing?
Yes, some kids rush. It depends on another lunch is happening. They rush to get into the lunch line, but.
And Molly Donnell previously testified that there's a schedule where kids are actually going to class,
Your Honor, I'm
then
gonna
lunch, then.
object to the form of the question.
Your Honor, I'm trying to lay a foundation. I'm not trying to suggest an answer to the witness, which is why we don't allow leading questions. So if I could just get through that, then I will ask for the direct question.
There's 3 different lunch periods, right?
Correct. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So you were did you say you were in the senior hall around this time of 12:50?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any moment where you noticed something unusual?
Yeah, usually I would go all the way to the senior window, but I paused at the diamond there just because there were a lot of kids rushing, laughing and rushing, and it was bizarre to me. I didn't know what was happening at that time.
Okay, you just testified some kids rush, but your answer just now suggests that the rushing seemed something bizarre.
Very different.
Okay, can you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
Okay, so rushing to lunch is like a Olympic power walk situation, and running out of the building is different. So it appeared as though, I don't want to say they were running out of the building because I was not anywhere near a door to know where they were going, but there was more running and laughing going on.
And what did you think at that moment?
That was very odd.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you do next?
I asked a couple of students what was happening. They didn't know. And then a student came by running and saying, "Get the hell out of here." And then
To you?
to anybody, just announced it in that area.
Did that seem unusual?
Extremely.
Okay. At some point, did you get information that there was an active shooter?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. So the student that you mentioned comes towards you running and yells,
"Get the hell out of here."
and what do you do next?
I asked a couple of kids what was going on. They didn't know, again.
So what did you do?
Well, almost immediately after that, I asked the kids, the PA system went off and said to take Alice protocol.
So that was that the first time you were alerted that there was an active shooter?
That was the first time I knew something was happening.
Okay.
Still didn't know it was an active shooter.
Did you know, okay, fair. Did you know if it was a drill or a real Alice?
I didn't know. I just knew that we were going into Alice protocol.
Okay. Before I ask you some more questions, I just want to stop here because I forgot to ask you so we can get a good picture. The school holds about how many students on one day?
About 1,800.
Okay. And this might not be a fair question, and just tell me if it's not. What kind of familiarity do you have with the general student body?
I try to know everybody's name. So I am pretty familiar with the students.
Okay. When you heard the announcement, were you aware of who made the announcement?
It sounded like Steve Wolf.
And who was that?
That was our principal at the time.
Okay. What did you do?
I started to check the hallway to make sure it was getting cleared. The hallways cleared extremely fast. So I walked toward the 400 hallway. I got on the walkie and said there were students running. I'm not sure what's happening. But the hallways cleared, just completely cleared out. So then I turned down the
Did you hear anything else at that point?
No.
Okay. So you're in the 400 hallway, did you say?
Correct.
Okay.
So starting at the top of the 400, yeah.
And the announcement was to implement Alice protocol. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what you did?
I made sure the kids did.
Okay.
I did not.
What did you do?
I went down the 400 hallway to make sure that the hallway I was closest to, students were taking cover. They did very quickly. One student came up very late to the situation, and I made sure that he got into a classroom. He asked if it was a drill. I said, doesn't matter if it's a drill. You got to take cover.
At this point in the hall, and when you were walking down these halls, were the classroom doors open or closed?
Closed.
Okay. So you got that student in the classroom.
That teacher was locking the door.
Okay.
So that teacher was out locking the door, and I put him in that classroom with that teacher.
Okay. And then did you go into lockdown?
I did not.
Okay. Tell the jury what you did.
After that door was secured, I could smell what I called cap gun at the time, but I now know it was gunpowder. And
Before that, I'm just gonna stop you. Before that, did you hear anything?
I don't think I had yet. I can't remember the order, but then shortly after that, I heard gunshots.
Okay, at this point, what kind of familiarity did you have with firearms? And the reason I'm asking is, did you know when you heard that sound what it was?
I knew what it was, but I don't have a lot of experience with firearms.
Okay, so you're hearing the sound, you smell what you think is
Cap gun.
right,
So weird, but yeah,
and so then you go into lockdown.
I did not.
Tell the jury what you did.
I went towards the gunfire to see what was happening because I wanted to make sure that our kids were safe.
Okay, can you tell us and relate where you were to the map in terms of which hallway, which classroom, so that we can direct the jury to the right?
So I was down around room 408 and 409, and then moving towards 416.
Okay,
And then when I got to 416, at the end of that hallway, I turned left towards where the gunfire had happened.
so you ran towards the sound.
I did.
Okay. What did you see, Christy?
I saw a student on the ground, so I approached that direction. I was concerned about the student on the ground. I couldn't tell who the student was, but I saw a student laying on the ground.
Did you see anything else in the hallways at this point?
At that moment, I don't believe I did quite yet. Shortly after I did, like very quickly.
Any other people?
Shortly after recognizing that there was a student on the ground, there was a student coming my direction.
Okay, but any other staff, administration, teachers,
No,
students?
just me.
Okay. Now, the judges made very specific rulings that you cannot talk about any sort of highly suffering. So I want to make sure that we describe what happened, but in a way that comports with her order. Did you approach that student?
The student on the ground?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And describe how the student was lying down. Face down, face up.
He was face down and looking away down, well, face down. His head was more turned towards the opposite of where I was. So
Away from you.
away from me.
Okay.
And there was a garbage can in the way, so I moved the garbage can out of the way so I could get to him better.
And Chrissy, when you approached the student, did you have could you see any signs of injury? Did you know what happened to the student?
I didn't know anything at that point, no.
Okay, what did you do next?
I looked up the hallway and I could see another student look like he was bringing his arm down. My assumption was that was probably the shooter.
So what did you do?
I let the office know in Milwaukee that I had eyes on the shooter.
Okay. And were you instructed to do anything at that point?
I don't remember.
Would it have mattered?
Probably not.
Okay.
I had a student at my feet.
Okay. Tell the jury what you did.
The shooter was coming closer to me. As he got very close, I realized it was Ethan, and it didn't seem right to me because Ethan always seemed like a sweet kid. I just couldn't picture that being him, so I talked to him. As he walked by, I asked him if he was okay, what was going on. I took a few steps down the hallway with him.
Did you see that he was holding anything?
Yeah, he had a gun in his hand.
Okay.
And
what did the shooter do? Did he look at you? Did he turn away? Did he speak to you?
he looked away from me, which that made me, I knew for sure that at that point he was the shooter because he would have talked to me. If he were in typically he would have said something to me, he would have talked to me.
Okay. And I do have to ask, why didn't you take cover?
There was a student that needed my help.
Okay, so at some point, were you alone in that space? Did the shooter pass you by? Did he stop?
He kept walking. I walked with him for just a couple of steps and a few, I don't know, probably, I can't even measure, probably 10 feet. And then I turned my back on him. I know this is ridiculous that I did, but I turned my back on him because I had a student that I needed to check on.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to ask you to keep your voice up.
Sorry. So I turned my back on him. I wasn't sure where he went. He was past me. And then I went back to the student that was on the ground.
Okay. At that point, could you identify who the student was?
At that point, I rolled him over and I realized that it was Tate Muir.
Did you notice if he was injured?
At that point, I knew that he had a bullet wound.
That he had what? I'm sorry.
He had a bullet wound entering in the back of his head and exiting in the front.
Was he still alive?
I hoped he was. He was very gray, but I started to resuscitate immediately.
Okay.
He had a pulse.
What's that?
He had a pulse.
Okay. You knew him?
Yeah, I had all of his brothers, and his mom was my PTO president. I've known the family really well.
Okay. What happened next?
I just began to give him rescue breaths.
How long did that go on?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Next question, please. Next question.
How long was it? I asked what happened next, Your Honor. I'm doing my best.
Okay, what happened?
Without saying what that experience was like for you, was there a moment when you stopped, and what happened to make you stop?
I continued until they took him from me.
Okay. And what happened next?
Kurt News came up. He had called on the walkie to see where I was.
Is that the principal?
That's one of the assistant
If I can
principals.
just get some permission to lead just a little bit so we can move past this and comply with the course order. But I'm concerned about an objection so that I can get to I don't want to violate the court's order. So I'm just gonna ask a few leading questions so that we can move past that. What happened? Did somebody approach you at some point and ask you about the shooter's whereabouts?
Kim Potts came up and told me it was a drill, and pardon me, you guys, I'm so sorry. My students are gonna hear this, it's horrible. But I told her it was not a fucking drill, that that someone had been shot, and she kind of grabbed her gun and went.
And I'm sorry, Chrissy, tell the jury who Kim Potts is because they don't know who Kim Potts is.
She was a retired police officer who was worked in our lunchroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she wasn't technically a security person,
No.
but she did carry a weapon.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I just said he went that way, and I just kept waving my arm that way.
Okay. If we go back to the map, you were at this point when you were with Tate. What classroom were you around, if you know?
So I would have been by room 223. Actually, in that, see, there's this little space between 223 and 225. There's two doors. One goes into the courtyard and one goes out of the building. That's where Tate and I were.
Okay. And when you say you pointed that way, which direction?
Towards 225. I didn't know where he went. I just knew he went that direction.
Okay. And so if Mr. Keese can at least, so that way.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. And
I told Kurt News that same thing when he came up.
okay, that's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
At what point did who's Kurt News?
Kurt News is one of the other assistant principals. he was responding to me on the walkie to find out where I was.
Okay, and at what point did he appear? If you know.
Just before Kim did, because he went into the courtyard to go see if he could get one of our medical staff to help. And then he came back out and realized that everyone's in lockdown, he can't go that way, so then he went out the other doors to get EMS. So between when he went into the courtyard and when he went to EMS, Kim had come down the hallway.
Okay.
And then Steve Wolf arrived shortly after that.
Okay.
Felt terrible because they came to help me. They should have been in lockdown.
Like you should have been in lockdown.
I didn't mean to spare others
Okay,
either.
okay. All right. What happened after that? You said eventually somebody took Tate away.
The police arrived and Deputy Freiberg came up, and Deputy Freiberg was one of my parents at Lakeville. And when he came up to me, he recognized me right away and came up and asked me what I needed. He was surveying the scene.
Okay, what's Lakeville?
It's the elementary school I was the principal of.
Okay.
And I told Shane, Detective Freiberg, that it was Tate, because he knows the family really well too, and appeared as though it took his breath away, and he said, I'll be right back. And so then they went and secured the scene, and that's when Ethan came out of the bathroom and was arrested.
Did you see that?
I did. They couldn't remember, they didn't know his name, they kept asking his name, so I went down and told them his name, and then I came back to Tate, because I didn't want to leave Tate.
Okay. Were you aware that that was the bathroom where Justin Schilling was killed? Did you know did you see any other victims that day? Well, strike that. At that point?
At that point, no.
Okay. Have you seen the video?
Yes.
Of you that day?
Yes.
Okay. That's been marked as Exhibit 13, I believe. It's been admitted. And I do want to alert, we have alerted our victims in the courtroom, Your Honor, but the media.
Yeah, we're not gonna show this on TV, okay? All right. This-
Your Honor, just for the record, I did have an objection to this. I'm just renewing that objection for the reasons previously.
Correct, we've discussed that.
Yes,
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Okay, so Exhibit 13 is not going to be shown on television, or, and I think that the victims who are present know what video you're talking about. So.
Our victim advocates are there, Your Honor. We've prepared them. And they know that they can leave the courtroom if that's what they wish to do.
All right.
Is there any audio on this?
No.
And Christy, can you tell us when you come into the image?
So I'm in the image there in the yellow sweater.
Okay. Do you have the way to point that out? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you let us know when you see the student you described that came up to you?
Right there, that was him running, right there. And then the other students running behind him.
Now this video is, there's no sound, but this is in real time in terms of, you can
Yes.
see that, well, can you describe what you see in terms of the students' movements?
They are running.
Okay.
So that's when I said on the walkie that students are running. And I didn't know what was happening. And then you'll notice that the hallway's clear almost immediately.
Okay.
This is when I go down the 400 hallway.
Mute yourself in. Who is that, Christy?
That's Ethan.
Okay.
This is me telling the teacher,
Where? At the
there's a
top of the
teacher
screen?
here, I'm checking doors up at the top of the screen, and then a teacher came out, and then a student joined him. And then this is me coming, bless you, started smelling this is me telling them I smell cap gun and walking towards where I heard the shots.
Okay.
So right there is where I noticed Ethan, because I stepped aside and said I have eyes on the shooter.
And at that point, had you observed Tate?
I could see Tate on the ground. Yes.
Okay, you can't see him in this picture though, okay.
No. See me move the garbage can?
Is that Tate lying on the ground, Chrissy?
That's Tate on the ground, yes.
And who are you looking at right then, down that
Ethan.
hallway?
I'm looking at Ethan. And I'm talking to Tate at that point.
And who do we see?
Ethan's walking up to us.
Now, from the time that you observed him, was he always walking at that pace or was he ever running?
He was always walking.
Okay.
And that's when I walked with him to talk to him. He wouldn't respond. And this is when I discovered it was Tate.
If you could stop that for a second, who are those people?
Those are the officers that, I don't know which ones, but, and then looks like Ken Weaver. I think it's Ken Weaver there.
And is this after Tate was already taken away? This video, or is this?
No, Tate was still there. I got up from Tate because they couldn't figure out who the student was, and I needed to tell them what his name was, so then
Okay,
I ran down to tell him his name.
So
and then I ran
hold
back.
on one sec. Is it at the top of the screen right there?
Yes.
What is that?
That's,
Right up there.
that is Ethan being arrested.
Okay.
So I went down to give them his name, and then I went right back to Tate. I think he was asking me more questions, and I said, I've got to get back.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross?
No cross, Your Honor.
Can she be excused, Your Honor?
Yeah, you may step down and you're excused.
Good question.
Sure. Could you turn off the audio, please? Thank you. Okay, so do you guys want the good news or the bad news? Actually, you might consider both things good news. We are making incredible strides. We're going quickly, we're being efficient. but we're sort of out of the witnesses for today. We're in good shape. We will definitely finish by next week. You will definitely be finished by next week. That's the good part. I think someone here has a vacation, I don't recall who. But we're making good progress. In fact, some of the witnesses have been deleted from witness lists. But we're sort of out of witnesses for today. So I'm going to have you come back on Monday morning, and we're going to start at 9 o'clock. All right, I hope you think this is good news, because, you know, it's Friday and stuff like that. But I need to tell you that during the trial, you should not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Please do not go on social media. Please do not post. Do not do research. Don't discuss the case with anyone, even each other. All right? So I know it's going to be tempting this weekend, but it's supposed to be decent weather. So let's keep the TV off and news. If you're not reading the news, it may change your blood pressure too, I've noticed. So that's a good sign. I'm going to order all of you to remain healthy this weekend. All right. Any questions about the schedule? So we'll go all day Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You could have the case by then. All right. We're making good progress. So be ready for some heavy lifting on Monday. Anybody, any questions? Please, we've come this far. We need your help. Don't talk about the case. Enjoy your weekend. Well, the bad news, to me, the bad news is that we can't go any further today, but it's also the good news because we made such good progress that, you know, we sort of ran out of witnesses. So people have to be scheduled to come here. So it's a big, we're moving a lot of people around, right? So, yeah. Good? Oh, and place your lunch order before you leave, all right? All right, thank you very much.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. Anybody, anything? 9 o'clock on Monday. It's apparent to me that there's at least one person in the courtroom who is ill, and it's disturbing to me that that person would risk the health of everybody else here. I know everybody here needs to remain healthy. I know that I'm taking my vitamins and getting my sleep because I'm expected to be here every day, and so are the lawyers. So I think the person who's sick should think twice, all right? Because we have air filters, we have hand sanitizer, but it's kind of unfair to everybody else, right? All right. Anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, so you can take him down. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna.
Recording stopped.